So I have to stop saying incriminating things, is what you're saying. Can't admit to any federal offenses now. Size of Zoom. We can probably crop everything, right? Oh, they'll just get really pixelated. Your chess.com is on the stream, by the way. Okay. Uh, it is live, so I don't even follow Dina on Twitch. I can't tweet. I can't message in chat. Okay, we'll fix that quickly. Yeah, we'll be better prepared. Yeah, of course. Thanks for the invite. I like nothing better than just babbling about other people's chess games. Then I don't need to. I can say random shit and not worry about the consequences of my moves anymore. It's great. That's not bad. That looks fun. I do like that they sat down to shake hands. Her opponent just immediately knocked over the entirety of his piece. Yeah, it looks like b4. Are we audible, by the way? Super live. Okay. Technical difficulties. So many of these. I hope so.
This is fine. Hello, chat. Let me try to fix our cams. Her opponent played. Oh, should I try to. But then, when will I get the analysis for it? Let's go with the resub, Eigen. Oh no. Kridgen, the time control is 1 hour and 50 minutes with 10-second increment. So they got the Nimzo. I'm trying to, Piracha, but we don't have a DGT board, so I have to do it manually.
Okay, so there's no broadcast, so we're gonna figure out the moves.
Yeah.
Is this the standard? All right, you have a board up.
Let me show. Okay, there we go.
All right, this will be a little bit scuffed, but we'll get through it. I promise, everybody.
Just okay.
I'm assuming we're at least audible.
Yeah, I think so. I
Cool.
hope so. Okay, so she played d4. Oh gosh, there's
All
pieces
right, we've got a
moving.
board. Let's go. Hello, everyone. The games have started. We're a little bit late, but we'll catch up. Dina is playing round one against a substantially lower rated player, 1900 or so. So should be a big favorite, but it is round one of the tournament, so anything can happen. Games began d4, knight f6, c4, e6. So we've got a Nimzo Indian after knight c3. I don't know what Dina usually plays. Knight c3 and knight f3 are both huge options, but in this game she chose knight c3, and after bishop b4, her opponent went for the Nimzo Indian. Dina played e3, which is a very classical approach, just keeping the center under control and not making any big decisions early. Her opponent responded d5. It looks like, or
d5.
castle. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if castle was first or d5, but
Oh,
one of
okay.
those. Not a big difference either way. Let's say d5. Dina played bishop to d3.
They castled.
Yeah, black responded with castles, and now Dina's thinking a little bit about the position. There's still a pretty wide choice here. She's probably thinking mostly about where to put the knight. The knight can either go to f3 or to e2. These are both pretty big systems. I assume she's making a decision and not trying to calculate. Probably she knows they're both available options, and she's just deciding what type of game she wants. She has played knight e2,
Knight
which is
e2.
a little more safe option, trying to avoid black taking on c3 and white having to take back with the pawn. Now with the knight on e2, she has the ability to take back with the knight, and we're gonna get a slow positional game. Not too much happening in the opening. No big fireworks immediately. Just a pretty standard position. Look to outplay your opponent in the middle game. Have you had these kinds of positions before, Gino?
I have because I recently started playing the Nimzo Indian, so I'm kind of familiar with these, but I usually play it from the black side.
Yeah, you definitely get this type of position in the Nimzo Indian through a lot of different lines. White typically will have the knight on f3, but the knight on
Yeah.
e2 frequently occurs if white plays f3 in the opening. Is very common. Sometimes if they play queen c2, some lines end up with the knight on e2. It looks like black's captured on c4.
On c4.
Yeah, he's traded pawns.
And
And
she took.
after Dina recaptures, he played c5, which is all very logical. Black is trying to contest the center immediately, take advantage of the fact that the knight on e2 is a little bit misplaced immediately. And if black gets to liquidate the C and D files very quickly, if those pawns are gone, then typically black doesn't have too many problems. The question is whether he's concretely able to solve his problems. Dina quickly castled.
Stop. Okay. Let me.
It looks like her opponent played knight c6 very quickly.
Knight c6. Okay.
And now Dina's taking a little bit of a think again, which this is probably the first moment in the game that she's actually calculating. I say as she plays a3 almost immediately.
a3.
Yeah, so she's putting the question to this bishop on b4. So black has two options. One is to take on c3, which has the downside of giving away the two bishops, and sort of secures a small but maybe a little bit annoying long-term advantage for white. His other move is to drop back to a5, but this gets very concrete as to whether the c5 pawn will be hanging. In this position, it probably is. One of the nice side effects of a3 is that white is very well placed to quickly play b4 and shore up the pawn on c5. So I'm expecting he's actually going to take on c3 pretty quickly, but what do you think? Do you generally like as a Nimzo player yourself, do you generally like having the two bishops or the trading the dark square bishop for the knight?
Um, I generally trade just because that's what I was told to do. And I heard I'm supposed that's like what I so
Fair enough.
yeah.
So
But
it
some
looks like he's come up with a third option actually. He took the pawn on d4.
on d4?
Yeah, he took the pawn on d4, so his intention is to, after it takes b4, take back on c3 with the pawn and regain material equality that way. This is a slightly unusual idea for the Nimzo, I would say. You
I've
probably you probably know it better than I do.
yeah, but I've never even seen this.
Okay. I mean that's a good signal. This is a little unusual for black because white will still get the two bishops typically, assuming she takes on b4, which she just did. This game is going very quickly, by the way, for how strategically complex we got out of the opening. So it's also possible that this is still within both players' preparation.
Oh, I'm so
So we
glad
did see.
she moved the water bottle.
Yes, get the water battle out of the way. So Dina had the option of taking on d4 with the pawn, which would lead to an isolated queen pawn position.
Oh, she
She could
didn't.
also have she could also have taken with the knight, or she could have taken the bishop on b4, and she very quickly decided to take the bishop on b4.
Oh, I think I
Very
missed some moves.
Yeah. So if you go back one move after c takes d4 from black,
After yeah, oh.
Dina played a takes b4,
Oh, okay.
which is a very classical approach. He's trying to secure the two bishops and a long-term pressure. Black is of course forced to take the knight to regain his piece on c3. Dina took back with the pawn.
Okay. I think I got it now.
Yeah, and then it looks like the opponent has played queen to c7.
Ah, he doesn't want a queen trade.
Yeah, so this is an interesting move. So black is playing for immediate pressure on the c file. This bishop on c4 looks is a little misplaced at the moment and can come under some pressure. Black does have a threat. Do you know what black's threat is in this position? I'm going to put you on the spot.
Rook d8?
Rook
Question.
d8 is a good positional threat, just trying to take control of the d file. But there's a concrete tactical problem as well. If white were to play a move, let's say like h3, or just some nothing move.
Oh, knight g4? Question mark, question mark.
Knight g4 is actually kind of a threat also, but I was thinking about knight takes b4, opening an attack on the bishop and collecting a
Oh.
pawn.
Oh, that's
So
nice,
even this
actually.
early in the game, yeah, even this early in the game, black has some tactics available. So for this reason, Dina decided to drop her bishop back to b3. We're still progressing extremely quickly.
Oh, we got the live position, I think.
Oh, good.
Oh, thank God.
The
Wait, but
podcast
it's
is
on a
here, so we.
delay.
Oh no!
So
All
they're
right.
on
Well,
move two.
we'll try to keep up then. We can probably catch up with the stream. Fortunately, the board is in pretty good view, so I'm used to looking at boards from the side because typically I lose very early in a tournament, and so I'm left watching all my friends play on higher boards.
Oh no.
So I'll probably be able to keep up, but we will have the live broadcast available as well. It's just on a delay, which is probably not so useful. Maybe we can swap to it later if they start thinking for a while and the position stays the same.
Oh
But
yeah.
for the opening, maybe we stay on the analysis board if you haven't closed out of it already.
No, I still have it open.
Okay. So the game's continuing very quickly. So after queen c7, because of this tactic with knight takes b4, white decided to drop the bishop back to b3. This wasn't the only option. There's a lot of ways to sort of deal with this threat, but bishop b3 is one of the simplest. Just stepping out of the potential discovered attack. Black responded with rook d8 very quickly, your idea, taking over the d file. And white slid the queen to c2, which makes sense. It's the only active square in the position. She doesn't want to put the queen on e1, where it's just sort of a spectator to the rest of the board.
And I can connect the rooks later after she moves the bishop.
Yeah, exactly. And the queen on c2 just has much more scope. The rooks will be connected, just generically reasonable move. And now the opponent is finally taking some time. Maybe he'll blitz out a move right as I say that again. But for now, we finally have a moment to breathe. How would you evaluate this position as a Nimzo player yourself? What do you would you prefer to be white or black here, or
Um,
not really care?
I don't think I would really care yet.
That's fair. I mean, there definitely not a lot has happened yet. Neither player's done anything wrong, so neither player should have a big advantage. This is definitely just a matter of preference, whether you like playing with the two bishops, but a little bit of a passive position at the start. Dina's going to be playing slower, trying to open the position later for the bishops. Moves like e4 come to mind, trying to take some space in the center and open up the dark square bishop. Um, Probably bring a rook to the d file as well, try to start contesting the central files. The knight on e2 will eventually need to be corrected. It's sort of done its job in forcing this position, but it's no longer useful there. Black, on the other hand, has to make sort of immediate use of his initiative, because otherwise he'll just be have given away the advantage of the two bishops for not much. So e5 also comes to mind for black with a very similar idea of opening up the light square bishop. There's lots of other moves as well. b6 as well, trying to move the light square bishop somewhere. What do you like? Do you like putting the light square bishop on the long diagonal with b6 bishop b7, or e5 and bring it towards the center typically?
Um, Typically, I would try to get it on g4 beforehand, but like right now, to me, I feel like e5 looks scary because of the pin.
Yeah,
But
it's definitely a big downside of e5 is the f7 square becomes very weak.
yeah,
And
but then it could be followed by bishop e6. But then I don't know, tough position.
yeah, definitely a very strategically rich position. I do like your idea of playing e5 and then bringing the bishop to g4. This would be a very nice square for the bishop. One of the nice things about it being on g4 is that if the pressure ever builds on f7, you can simply slide the bishop back to h5 and defend that way in a lot of different positions. One of the other nice things about e5 is it significantly restricts the scope of the knight on e2. The knight would love to come to d4 or f4 at some moment in the future, and e5 controls both of those critical squares. But the opponent has gone in a different direction and has played knight to e5,
Oh wow.
which is it's a much more aggressive looking move. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. But the knight on e5 is a very well placed piece. Every square that it can go to, g4, d3, c4, those all look like pretty juicy squares for the knight. The downside
Definitely.
is that this blocks in the light square bishop now because e5 is no longer available, and so black is kind of playing without a piece.
Yeah, I was just about to say he's moving his knight again, and his bishop still hasn't moved yet. Maybe he's
Yeah,
got plans for that knight.
yeah, he might see something concrete, but generally this is definitely a violation of opening principles. We don't like moving the same piece twice in the opening if it can be avoided until all the pieces are developed. But 95, he's definitely aiming to put the knight on c4 would probably be the most relevant square. If he can put the knight on c4, his idea is that the dark square bishop for white becomes very locked in and very difficult to develop. I'm not sure that's even true because white can still play e4 and move the bishop out that way, but that is his idea in principle. And if he can get a knight to c4, solidify it with b5, for example, that would be something of an accomplishment, which is why Duna's again very quickly. I think she's made all her moves like instantly. She decided to play c4 in this position, which takes away the c4 square from the knight,
Oh wow.
and also potentially opens a long diagonal for the bishop. When the bishop comes to b2, it can go to f6, to h8, or put pressure on f6 and g7. Eventually, something can land on h8 if black is forced to respond with pawn to g6, but generally black will try to avoid weakening the king side like that.
I think people want to see the live board.
People would prefer to see live board. Okay,
I think so.
the war it will
keep
be 15 minutes
for it.
behind.
Yeah,
we'll give that warning. So we're gonna jump back in time about 10 moves.
yeah. Oh boy. All right, here's the live board.
The live board does have the clock, which is nice.
Yeah. Also, hello to Joe.
Yes, hello. How's it going, Joe? Shout out to all of you in chat watching today. For those of you who are just arriving, we're watching Dina Bell and Kaya playing round 1 of the Alto Open in Charlotte. Alto stands for at least 21, which means there are no kids allowed in our treehouse over here. Only adults are allowed to play this tournament. Dina is apparently one of the higher seeds. We're playing on board 4, so she's sort of in this group where you're not like the favorite to win the tournament, but especially in a short tournament, I think this is only 5 rounds. You win like one critical game in round like 3 or 4, and suddenly you win the tournament. So very much within striking distance of the top places. So to do that, you first got to get through round 1. The opponent today is, I believe, a 1900 or so player, so about 300 points lower rated than Dina. And Dina has the white pieces, so she's a big favorite. But round 1 of a tournament can always be scary, especially when you haven't played in a bit. How do you feel about tournaments in general, Tina? Do you feel like you play better in the first round, in the last round, some point in the middle?
I've only played in 2 tournaments so far, and the first one it went great, and then the second one it did not go so great. So I feel like for me, resting is really important, and I know Dina stayed up pretty late last night doing the Botez commentary, and so just in general, I feel like that might be a factor for this game. Like if she does end up losing, it could just be due to fatigue and stuff like that.
Yeah, especially for these short events, it's super important to be in good physical shape.
Yeah, and she's been doing commentary for like the last 10 days, I think.
Yeah, that can definitely be exhausting, and that plays a big role because this in the same way that winning one game suddenly you win the tournament, losing one game and suddenly you're out of it. So you really have to be on your best A game for pretty much the whole event. So if you're coming in tired already in round 1, then by the end of the tournament, rounds 4 and 5 on the third day of playing 2 games a day, that can definitely play a role. But hopefully for first round at least she'll be fresh enough. We can talk a bit about the live board. Since
yeah.
we've jumped back a bit, which will give us an opportunity to look at this opening in a little more detail. So looking at this position, white has the advantage of the 2 bishops, which is unquestionably an advantage in a position that has a relatively open pawn structure like this. I think everybody would rather have the 2 bishops if everything opens up than the bishop and the knight. But black has an annoying immediate initiative because white is very undeveloped. The dark square bishop on c1 still hasn't found a particularly good home. It can be developed to the long diagonal sometimes. It can be developed by playing e4 and bringing the bishop out. But at the moment, it's not clear what role it plays. The knight on e2 similarly is not particularly well placed. None of the squares it controls are sort of relevant to the position, and it takes a long time for it to get back into the game. And the only open file in the position is the d file, which belongs to black currently after the rook d8 queen c2 that we just saw played. So if black can make good use of his initiative, then he shouldn't have any problems. oftentimes what happens is black has enough pressure to force an exchange of his knight for one of white's bishops, and this neutralizes the advantage of the two bishops and leads to an equal position. But if black doesn't make good use of his initiative, then white can untangle his or her pieces, in this case, their pieces. And once the position opens up, the power of the two bishops will be very much felt, especially the dark square bishop, which has no particular counterpart right now. So after rook d8, queen c2, black needs to take sort of immediate action to try to make use of the immediate pressure that he has. So we were talking about e5, bishop g4 was Tina's idea, which I think makes a great deal of sense. The other logical approach that black often plays in these types of positions is to play b6 and bishop b7. Both of these have sort of the same idea in that all of black's pieces right now, except for the light square bishop, are on pretty reasonable squares. The knight on f6 is reasonably well placed, the knight on c6 is not great, but it's okay. It keeps some control of the position and always keeps an eye on the b4 pawn in case white gets ideas of queenside expansion. The queen on c7 is well placed, but the queenside pieces, the bishop on c8 and the rook on a8, are sort of desperately looking for a role. So black pretty much needs to, and typically does, play either e5 or b6 to activate the pieces. As we're about to see, black took a different route, which I think is probably a small strategic error. Could become a big strategic error, though. That's how it begins.
True. Also, thank you just for taking over right now. I was fixing. Okay, now Hasina's saying chat was confused. I want to see the real-time position on the chess.com board as well.
Well, we can show both. So the position, okay. For those of you who are confused why the position that we see on the camera is different from the position that's on the screen, we added a nice note. Good job.
Yeah, I just added that.
Okay, but the live board is delayed by 15 minutes. This has become a much more popular anti-cheating measure in recent years. The idea is that if you have somebody watching the game from your hotel room or just outside the playing hall and communicating information to you in some way, it's not much more difficult to do that because they're going to be 15 minutes behind, and that makes you can definitely still sit there and pretend to think for 15 minutes while you're waiting, but you can only do that so many times in a game. This does mean that the camera is going to be desynced, however, from the actual board, which is unfortunate, but we can jump back and forth between. It'll give us also an opportunity to talk about the position in more detail before we see some of the actual moves come racing in, which can get a little bit chaotic. So pluses and minuses, pick your poison.
Definitely. They are moving extremely fast, though. So right now it's Dina's opponents. Okay, let's try to...
Yeah, the moves are flying in, which honestly is shocking for this time control. The players, this is probably a 90-30 event, 130 event, so they have, upwards of 2 hours to think about their moves, and pretty much they've spent a grand total of 15 to 20 minutes on a pretty sophisticated opening. This is probably not exactly played before, but positions like this are very well known in chess to be some of the deepest strategical, pose the deepest strategical questions to both players. And both players seem to think, at least, that they figured it out quite quickly. So they're definitely relying on some combination of home preparation. I'm not sure exactly how deep both players' theoretical knowledge went. But even having not seen this exact position, they're certainly familiar with the ideas. The structure that we reached with the B and C pawns against the A and B pawns, I would say is very unusual for the Nimzo. Not unheard of. It certainly occurs. But it is unusual enough that you would expect not both players not to be 100% familiar with the types of positions. And so we're probably going to see some deep thought in the middle game as we reach some more complicated lines. So far, the players have been, at least Dina's been able to blitz out a lot of moves because they're the only things that make sense. We're seeing on the board now, for example, after 95, which black played, which I was saying I don't think very highly of because moves the same piece twice in the opening.
Mm-hmm.
It superficially threatens to move the knight to c4, but Dina very quickly demonstrated that this is only a threat for one move. White played c4, taking control of the square, which is a move you can play very quickly because that's kind of the only move that seems reasonable. Your opponent played knight e5, which is not a particularly good looking move for the explicit purpose of going to c4. So let's just stop that and let him think again.
So
Now the opponent seems to have realized, okay, after knight e5, c4, my knight can no longer go to c4. He didn't seem like he thought this far ahead. He's like, oh, I'm gonna play knight e5, put the knight on c4. Now he's like, oh, my knight can't go to c4. What am I gonna do? Why is my knight on e5?
yeah, I was going to say I feel like he looks like he's kind of struggling. Like that's the pose I make when I'm like, oh no, I've made a mistake. I need to be in deep thought.
Yeah, I think what he's appreciating right now is that he needs to do something very quickly, and 95 probably isn't helping him with that. Because he realizes that after c4, if he allows white to play bishop b2, he might be strategically just busted. This position is already very critical if white's bishops get to both of the open long diagonals and start facing towards black's king. It's going to be very, very unpleasant to defend. So he's calculating some stuff like b5 is probably something that comes to mind, trying to develop the light square bishop while also doing something quickly on the queen side. Knight d3 comes to mind, trying to prevent bishop b2. Either knight to g4 is also possible, trying to start a sort of gung-ho attack on the white king.
What black piece is on? Is that D3?
Yeah,
Or
it does
no?
look like on the camera view we got knight d3 played. And it looks like Dino responded very quickly with bishop to d2, which are both logical moves. But in this position, I think black should give some serious consideration to either knight going to g4 instead of knight to d3. I mean, he did eventually settle on it, so he must have seen some defense. But knight to g4 does pose a slightly annoying question to white of how exactly are you going to defend against the checkmate threat on h2. That's maybe a line we could show if we go back a move.
Oh yeah. Oh shoot. To before knight d3.
Yeah. So in this position, black had an interesting option. This is a cool line to show of moving the f6 knight to g4. He could of course move the e5 knight to g4 and threaten checkmate on h2 in one. But there's many ways to defend against that. Knight f to g4 is a little bit subtler because it doesn't look like it's making a threat. But it is. So again, I'll put you on the spot. After knight f to g4, if white were to play, for example, bishop to b2 and continue the plan, what fate would befall him?
Knight takes h2.
Knight takes h2 is very good, but there is a slightly better version of the same idea.
Oh, knight to f3 check.
Right, knight to f3 check opens up the queen, which can then go to h2 into overmate. We could put that on the board. Bishop b2, knight f3, gf. And then this would be a very short affair. Obviously, white won't let this actually occur. But after knight f to g4, the threat does mean that white has to do something concrete. Block the c7 to h2 diagonal in some way. Probably f4, g3 both come to mind, but neither of those are moves that you necessarily want to play. They significantly weaken the light squares. Knight to g3 also is possible, trying to avoid that concession, but it would give Dina an interesting question of how she would want to pursue the position. Instead, he went for knight to d3. which does have the upside of preventing bishop to b2. And as we were talking about earlier, oftentimes the initiative doesn't result in like a checkmate or anything, but it does result in one of the knights being traded for one of the bishops. This is one of Black's main ideas here. If White were to play some random move like h3, he would probably take the bishop on c1. Well, I guess if he played a super random move, he is also attacking the pawn on b4. But if she had played something like queen c3 to defend the pawn or some random move like that, then after knight takes c1, Black is no longer in serious danger. So Dina responded with bishop d2, which is a multi-purpose move, both defending the pawn on b4 and stepping out of the way of the knight. What do you think about this whole knight e5 to d3 idea?
I do like it in the sense where it's kind of an annoying move to make. And I tend to go for those types of moves sometimes. Just like try to annoy my opponent a little bit.
Yeah, it's definitely a very annoying piece. Even if White has ways to deal with it, this does just cut off a lot of squares. Like White would love to put a rook on the c file, for example, and play rook c1, but with the knight on d3, I mean, it's legal. You're allowed to put the rook on c1, but it would not be recommended, as the rook is that the knight on d3 might be powerful, but it is definitely not worth a full rook just yet. So Dina's definitely going to be looking for ways to evict that knight from d3 if she has the opportunity to.
Definitely.
For example, knight d4 would come to mind as a way to break the connection between the rook and the knight. And so Black probably needs to prevent something of this sort. I think e5 looks like basically the only move, if
yeah,
we're
and
being honest.
I think it was played too.
Okay. He did take quite some time before playing e5.
Yeah, that
this
was
is an
quite
example of a this is an example of a move you just need to play. And this is something that players around like the 1900 level struggle with sometimes, is they see a move like e5, or like they see a move like knight d4 coming, and they're like, oh, I need to stop that. And so e5 immediately comes to mind, and they just don't play it because they're like, oh, but maybe there's better. I need to spend more time thinking about it. But there's obviously not better. There's really nothing else to consider. So you just play it and you let your opponent think, which Dina is now doing. And I think this is a good moment for White to spend some time. As I say that, she moves quite quickly.
Knight g3.
Yeah, it looks like she did play knight to g3. Knight to g3 is interesting. So Black is ready to play e4 and solidify the knight on d3 kind of forever. This is why I was saying this would be a good time to spend a few minutes and see if you can prevent that in some way. For example, a move like f3 would be very weakening, to be clear, and it's a very committal decision, but it's something that is worth considering at least a little bit. She's played the move knight to g3, which does not prevent e4 in any way. And so White is basically saying, all right, fine, play e4, like, see if I care. I'm just going to work around it. I'll play bishop c3, put the bishop on the long diagonal. Eventually I'll play f3. It seems believable that this is still a reasonable move, but I wouldn't say it was my first choice. Another move that came to mind was the move knight to c1 instead of knight to g3, just trying to trade off the knight on d3 very quickly and start to take control of the c file.
Oh yeah, knight to c1 would have been nice.
Yeah, I really like the move knight to c1. Well, Black, the knight on d3 is very powerful, but it has spent 3 moves to get there. Black has played knight to c6, to e5, to d3, which is a lot of time to dedicate in the opening, especially when your bishop and your rook on a8 are sort of sobbing quietly in the corner.
Yeah, that's the type of knight maneuver I used to get roasted for by chat when I was lower rated.
Yeah, it feels good to play, right? You're like, oh, I've got a knight on d3. It's so powerful. It controls all the key squares. You feel like a genius, and you're like, wait, but I have other pieces on the board too.
Yeah.
So knight c1, I think would be a pretty nice way to just liquidate that knight, avoid any problems with the knight being on d3. That would be a pretty logical approach. Her choice was knight to g3, which seems fine. I mean, the knight on g3 is still not particularly well placed. It can't go to anywhere. It literally can't go anywhere. It can't go to e4. It can't go to f5. It can't go to h5. All these squares are covered. But it does put pressure on the e4 square in case black does ever play e4. For example, we can show after e4, if black were to play that and try to solidify his knight, white would play bishop to c3. And suddenly the pawn on e4 feels very overextended. This is the downside of having played so many moves without development. You see the bar shoots up because black has no good defense to white taking the knight on f6, removing the defender, and then simply capturing on e4 with this knight on g3 that looks like it shouldn't have been doing anything, but plays a very important role.
Definitely. And I feel like if they don't play it accurately here, if like white takes the knight on f6 and then they take back the pawn, their pawn structure is ruined, the pawn is hanging, and it just looks a lot nicer for white.
Yeah, absolutely. This would be a total disaster for black to allow. We presume he's not going to do that, though we hope he does. And
Yeah.
actually, we can be quite sure that he didn't do that because it looks like the move h7, h5 is on the board.
Oh wow.
So a very aggressive approach from Sean Bale, our opponent today. These are the types of, well, before instead of e4, bishop c3.
Oh
If we go back a
shoot.
move.
So like, oh yeah, okay.
Yeah, so e4 would be very premature, and the
Yeah.
opponent has realized that. And so he's decided instead to play the move h5, which basically puts the question to this knight on g3 immediately. He's saying, okay, your knight cannot advance. I've taken full control of the e4 square, the f5 square, the h5 square. So if I attack your knight, where are you going? Are you going to go back to h1? That seems like a little bit unpleasant. Are you going to go back to e2? Well, you could, but then you've wasted a move going to g3. Psychologically, those moves, even if they're good, they're very difficult to make. Once you make a move like knight g3, you kind of discard the option in your head of going back to e2, just because you don't want to admit that you made a mistake, you know.
Mm-hmm. Um, she could do something like rook at a to d1 and then the knight to f1 if they do push h4.
Yeah, I think that's probably one of the things she's considering right now. One of the main problems with the move rook f to d1, which normally would be very desirable, not just because we give ourselves the f1 square for the knight, but because we open up we start to pressure the d file. So if we imagine, for example, rook f to d1, we could put this line on. After rook f to d1, h4, knight to f1. It seems like white is doing quite reasonably because bishop c3 is about to come next. We're going to be evicting the knight from d3. Black will not be able to play e4, just like we said last time. But one of the big problems is that white is not really in time for this. The light square bishop that we were saying is so misplaced earlier, which it is, can now finally develop itself to the f5 square.
Oops.
Indirectly putting pressure on the queen. And suddenly this is very unpleasant to meet. The only saving grace for Dina is that there isn't an immediate discovery because after bishop f5, the bishop is not yet defended, so the knight can't move away. But if the bishop just drops back to g6 or puts the pawn on g6 or even drops back to h7, then the bishop will start to be very, very, very well placed on that diagonal. e4 also starts to become more possible because it lends additional support to the pawn on e4. And the knight on f1, though it is better than it being on h1, is still not one of the top, 25 squares I would like to put the knight on in this position.
Yeah.
So a very tricky position for Dina already. I think h5 has taken her a bit by surprise, partially because she probably didn't see it when she played knight g3. I don't think knight g3 is a move that you play if you see that h5 is possible. And secondly, she
Yeah, I
probably just
agree.
wasn't she just probably wasn't expecting to have to face a very direct attack this early in the game. Typically, these Nimzo positions develop much in a much slower fashion, and you don't usually need to deal with the H pawn just like launching down the board. Those are more typical of a Sicilian or maybe like a Grunfeld. So very, 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 very unpleasant and very dangerous because if White doesn't react correctly, she can very easily just kind of get steamrolled off the board right now. One of the
Yeah,
other
that's
problems with rook ft1, which is very natural, is the f2 square becomes weak. So black can start considering knight to g4, for example, putting a bunch of pressure on f2.
Oh wait, could
What's
black? Because I know you suggested bishop f5 earlier. Could black also play bishop g4?
bishop g4 is also possible, yeah. I think really the bishop going to any square, honestly, even e6 is probably not so bad. Just developing the pieces starts to make white feel very uncomfortable because white's pieces are still underdeveloped. And you don't love seeing a pawn on h4 when you're white. Sometimes you're not so scared of it, but you're still not thrilled when the pawn is on h4. It can go to h3. Some very, very scary things can occur.
Definitely.
So what would you be thinking about as white in this position if with h4 coming, if we go back to after knight g3, h5? How would you react to this sort of very, very big threat?
I would probably start panicking a little.
I think you've described perfectly Dina's emotions right now, by the way.
Yeah,
I think Dina's cursing herself out a little bit at allowing
yeah.
this.
This is one of those times where you just fail to see like a pawn move your opponent can make, and you start regretting things a little bit. But there's still some hope, I think. Maybe
Oh,
h4.
yeah, I definitely wouldn't say like white's just like lost. You when you see h5 if you're on the board, your immediate reaction is like, oh shit, like something has gone horribly wrong. But then you have to take a minute to compose yourself and be like, okay, I mean, can I really be lost in this position? Sometimes the answer is yes, but here probably not. So yeah, h4 I think is a very logical try for white, just trying to prevent the move h4 by taking control of the square yourself. So that's probably the main move that she's considering. One of the big problems with h4 though is that the g4 square becomes very appetizing for black, either for the bishop or more likely the knight. So after a move like h4, maybe knight to g4 immediately, maybe e4 first, and then knight to g4. White can start getting into some pretty serious trouble with this knight just being very strong. So for example, one illustrative line we could put on the board is if white plays h4, black
Oh,
plays e4 here. If white were to play a move like, let's say, bishop to c3 would seem very logical. Just trying to take control of the long diagonal, and black plays knight to g4. Now if white plays a developing move, let's say c5, rook a d1 or something, black has once again, we get another put you on the spot. After something like rook a d1, black has a tactic.
rook a d1. Oh wait,
Or
after.
c5, sure.
Oh,
Any
should I
move.
do?
What
Okay.
is black's threat in this position, basically?
Um. Queen e7.
Queen
Go after
e7 might
the
be better than what I was
pawn.
thinking. I think that's actually that is a good point. I was thinking knight takes f2, removing the defender
Yeah,
of the
knight
g3
takes.
knight. But actually, yeah, you're just right. Queen e7 is probably a better implementation of this similar idea. Just the h4 pawn is very, very difficult to defend. In this specific position, knight f2 is probably rook f2 and rook f7, so white has some defensive resource. But queen e7, your move, there's just no way to defend the pawn on h4.
Yeah, and I feel like I only saw that because I thought that's what I had to be looking for. But I feel like if I was
Right.
actually playing, I would play knight takes f2.
Yeah, it's not the easiest thing because when you're playing as black, like nobody's there to tell you, oh, you can just win a pawn.
Yeah. So this is one of those moments. Oh, I think I was watching a Feingold lecture, and he was talking about how like when you're doing puzzles, they're so much easier because you know you're looking for a move compared to
Absolutely.
actually being in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the nice things about puzzles is that if you see a forcing line, it's probably right. But over the board, if you see a forcing line, you might be forcing yourself to lose, which is less not always the result that you want. Usually not, in fact. Oftentimes you prefer not to lose.
Yeah.
So after h4, knight g4 would be very, very unpleasant, just because this pawn is very difficult to defend. So instead, it looks like Dina's gone for f3.
You played f3.
Yes,
Uh,
which
and you go back
is
to
a move that I'm told you're never supposed to play
yeah.
after h5.
So h5 f3.
Yeah, so she's played f3, which looks very positionally ugly, but the idea is very concrete to stop the knight coming to g4, to stop the pawn coming to e4, try to just solidify the position. After h4, she's likely going to come back with the knight, basically just acknowledge that this whole operation was a bit of a mistake, which is a very impressive thing to do, right? I was saying earlier that oftentimes you feel like you need to justify the knight being on g3 since you moved there, but Dina's a professional. She's not going to get distracted by those kinds of thoughts. She's realized certainly by now that the knight going to g3 was a bit of an error, but she says, okay, I'll come back. It's fine. One mistake is not going to decide this game. It's gonna be a long affair. We're gonna give our opponent opportunities to blunder the game back. At best, he's got maybe a sizable advantage, more likely a slight advantage. And f3 is just a move that you play because you don't see anything better, basically.
Mm-hmm.
But we shouldn't pretend that f3 is not a difficult move to have to make. She's definitely not happy to have played this move.
Definitely. Oh, someone Yacht said she did look at the camera for a few seconds after playing f3.
She was very pointedly looking at the camera. I was wondering what that was about. I'm wondering if this is like a looking for forgiveness sort of
Maybe.
thing. This is the thing that I do even with nobody watching. Like I'll play like a move and I'll look around just to be like, did anybody see me do that? Like everybody look away. No, come back 5 moves later when the pawn makes sense on f3.
Yeah, I feel like f3 isn't as scary necessarily because black doesn't have a dark squared bishop anymore. I mean, they
That is
could
true.
put their queen there, but I feel like a bishop would be
Yeah,
scarier.
it's certainly not as bad in f3 as you could have. Usually that is a much worse. Usually it's very bad to play f3. The reason that we're talking about the dark square bishop versus queen and so on is because it weakens the a7 to g1 diagonal. So if black had a dark square bishop and could just like drop it on b6, if this was bughouse, then that would be a little bit scary for white. The e3 pawn becomes weak. It's difficult to defend. The king can come under some pressure. But here, black doesn't have a dark square bishop, so it's
Mm-hmm.
not the greatest disaster in the world to have to play f3. One of the bigger problems with f3 in this position is that after h4, the knight is kicked back to maybe h1 isn't so bad. This is also part of the point to f3 of playing the move f3 is that after the knight goes to h1, it can go to f2. We've opened that square for the knight.
Oh,
But
some moves happened.
oh yeah, we've got some moves. So it looks like h4 was played,
h4.
and then Dina did not bring the knight back, which
Knight
is
e4.
interesting. She played knight e4, so she had a completely different idea than what I was thinking. I thought that the point of f3 was to play knight to h1 and try to have the the f2 square for the knight, but she's playing knight e4 instead, which was the point of f3 to make this square available.
And then,
The opponent was happy to take, it looks like.
oh, I see.
And after the recapture, played bishop e6, which is very logical.
Yeah,
I've got to say, this position looks pretty bad. Sorry,
according,
go ahead.
oh no, I was just gonna say, according to the engine, it's still semi okay for white, but humans can't defend like stockfish. So
Yeah, the bar doesn't seem to have reacted much, but the bar having not moved after 94 tells me more that there was something wrong with knight h1, more than 94 is okay. Because this position visually looks very unpleasant. The pawns on e3 and e4 are very weak. White's bishops still haven't found particularly good scope. The only saving grace is we have some pressure on the f file, but it's not really clear if that should help. The rook on f1 can't actually move anywhere on the f file. It would be great if white could play something like rook f5 and then go to h5 and put pressure on the h4 pawn, or double the rooks on the f file somehow. But unfortunately, she can't because, well, she can. I mean, rook f5 is legal, but again, not to be recommended.
um
So dangerous looking position for Dina. She's going to have to find
yeah.
something immediate to not simply be much worse, I think. What's your instinct in this position? If you had the black pieces here, how would you be feeling as a Nimza player?
Um h3 is something I'm looking at. It targets their g pawn, and then if they do take with their g pawn, then you can take back with the bishop, and your bishop's staring at their rook.
Yeah, h3 definitely comes to mind as a way to just weaken the king side. Looks like she's played a move. She's played
Oh.
rook to a5.
Oh wow.
I will say that is not one of the moves that I was thinking, but now that I see it, I actually like it a lot. I think this is, well, I think Dina at this point realizes that her position is in big trouble. So she's starting to look for, I guess, weirder counterplay is the way to put it. And in particular, she needs to fix her pawn structure. The pawns on e4 and e5, or e4 and e3 are extremely weak. And so she needs to do something about that immediately. So the move rook a5, I believe, is aimed at playing the move rook to d5, which is a very an unusual maneuver. But
Yeah.
white is so if black were to play something like b6 and say, okay, why'd you move your rook to a5? You fool! Now I can attack it. White will say, okay, well, thanks for the help. I was going to play rook to d5 anyway. Give away the exchange. And after black captures this rook and says, okay, you fool, you've given me a rook for a bishop, white now gets to correct the pawn structure with e takes d5. Then first of all, the knight on d3 is a little bit unhappy. It's actually almost trapped. Black is lucky to have the move e4. But also, now white has a huge central control. The two bishops that had sort of no scope before are going to be able to finally activate. The dark square bishop will come to the long diagonal. There's also some tactics with playing c5 and d6 and going after the f7 pawn. This would be a dream for Dina, given the position that she's found herself in. And I think this is, I'm sure the engine probably doesn't think rook a5 is one of the better moves in the position, but it is a very good practical try. And against this a much lower rated opponent, this is definitely the sort of thing that you need to be playing for. I really like this decision.
Me too. With the line you just gave, Everything looks beautiful now.
Yeah, somehow it all comes together really quickly. That's chess. Your
Yeah.
position can look absolutely awful, and then one move later you're like, oh, I'm king of the world.
I'm,
Unfortunately, it can also go the other way, but we don't talk
mm-mm.
about that.
I'm really hoping this line happens for Dina.
Yeah, we're definitely rooting for that. And b6 is a very natural move because if
Yeah.
you see the move rook a5 played, your first instinct is why? What is your rook doing on a5? This is something he might not realize, that the rook is coming to d5.
He does seem to be really deep in thought, though.
Yeah, this is a position where I expect quite a bit of time to be spent for black because even, I mean, first of all, it takes a minute to just like react to rook a5. Like you see rook a5 on the board and you're like, there's no way this is the move that he was thinking about. So anytime your opponent surprises you with a move, it takes a minute to just sort of recalibrate and be like, oh, okay, they did this. Is it losing? Probably not, I guess. Is it winning? Probably not. So what is the point? So you take a minute to do that. Then you take a minute to be like, okay, like, what a fool. Why is the rook on a5? This does nothing. And then you realize it's going to d5, and then you're like, oh shit, now I need to be ready for that. And so I'm guessing about now is when he realizes that the rook coming to d5 is actually a very, very powerful threat. And so now he has to wonder, okay, what do I actually do? Because the rook is coming to d5 regardless. It's not like black can stop that. The only thing he can do is be ready for it. And there are ways to be ready for it, surely, but he has to find them, and that's going to take some time.
YB Shrimpy asks what would his ideal response be. So let me go back to uh, book.
Yeah, so after rook a5, I mean, we have to figure it out ourselves. This is the commentator's curse because unfortunately we're in the same position as Sean Bale now. So what is black supposed to play? b6 is surely not it because white will go to rook to d5 regardless, so there's no reason for black to force it. One possibility is to just ignore the fact that the rook is coming to d5 and play, for example, rook to c8 would be rook to c8 would be the move that you play if rook d5 wasn't a thing. So it's possible that he can just play rook to c8 anyway. I
Oh,
think
I
that would
see.
be very logical. One of the big problems is that this also sets up a very big pin on the c file. So after rook d5, bishop d5, e takes d5, black can give back the exchange by playing rook takes d5. We can put this line on the board.
Okay, wait, can you
Sure,
say
I'll say that.
that?
Sorry. So rook c8. So first of all, black is threatening the pawn on c4. So if white does nothing, then the
Uh-huh.
pawn on c4 simply drops. So if white tries the same idea that we were talking about and plays rook d5, trying to give away the exchange and correct the pawn structure, rook to d5.
Mm-hmm.
Then after bishop d5, e d5, we get sort of the same structure as before. And if black is forced to play e4, then white should be very happy with the situation. Probably black is still better, but that is giving white everything that she wants to achieve. But black can instead take advantage of this pin on the c file, which is now there since we moved the rook to c8, and take on d5.
Yeah.
And then after rook takes d5, c takes d5, queen takes c2, bishop takes c2, rook takes c2. Black is no longer up in exchange. He doesn't have the rook for the bishop, but black is up a full pawn, and also this bishop on d2 does not have really anywhere good to go. It has to go to e1. And then there's any number of ways for black to continue. For example, rook c1 just trades everything off. This endgame is pretty hopeless at this level.
Definitely. That looks terrifying.
Yeah, definitely the cleanest solution, I would say. I see a suggestion in chat of queen e7 instead of rook c8 if we
Oh,
go all
from
the way back
Imran?
there from
Uh,
here for chess.
oh, I see.
Yes, also Imran. A few suggestions in chat for queen e7, which I think is also very good, but just it's not going to be played. Queen e7 is just not a move that occurs to you. That's a very difficult move to see because that's just not you're looking at the other side of the board then as black, and you don't usually do that. So he did play rook to c8,
yeah.
it looks like. And I think that's a very big problem. If rook to d5 is not working, then she's in very, very big trouble.
Definitely. This is a bit of an uncomfortable position.
Very uncomfortable.
Especially with the rook on a5, it looks a little misplaced. Since her trick slot didn't really work.
Yeah, it seems like he kept his, or the opponent kept his composure, basically, and didn't panic at the sight of rook a5, which is something, honestly, a lot of 1800 players would have done, so kudos to him. He very calmly played rook to c8 and put the ball back in Dina's court, said, okay, you put your rook on a5. I see that you want to play rook d5, but you can't. So now what? Go for it. One of the concrete things about rook to c8 is it does remove the defender of the a7 pawn. So it is technically possible for white to take on a7.
Oh, true.
This is not a move you're happy to play.
Yeah.
Because somehow the a7 pawn doesn't feel like the relevant pawn in the position.
Yeah, this is one of those poison pawns.
But, I mean, black does need to find something concrete about it. Like, the bar hasn't reacted too much, so the computer does think that this is a defensible position for white. And maybe that's the idea. Maybe the idea is that if white takes on a7, yeah, you're giving away the c4 pawn. Your structure is terrible. The knight on d3 is super powerful. Your bishop has no scope. But you haven't lost yet on the bright side. You know, you're still breathing.
True.
It's generally not good when the only bright side you can come up with is I'm still breathing. But that's better than I'm not still breathing.
Yeah, at least like there's hope. Maybe.
There's definitely some hope. I mean, Dina's not in a resignable position yet. It's just difficult. Oh, yeah. I mean, the bar right now says 0.6 for black, which basically says that, you know, black's position is very comfortable. And maybe white actually, maybe there's only like one way for white to play. But if Dina does buckle down and find it, and I don't see what it is, but if Dina finds a way, then she's probably going to reach a very defensible endgame. Maybe a pawn down endgame or something, or maybe a position where the pawns are equal, but the pawns on e4 and e3 are very weak. So it's going to be a very unpleasant defense, but I mean, we'll hope that she manages to do it. I'm curious to see what her reaction is when she sits down, back down, and returns to the board. She's been away for a bit. When she returns from the board and sees her opponent played rook c8, because sometimes when you walk away, you like realize while you're away from the board, oh wait, what if my opponent just plays rook c8? And you come back and see they played, and you're like, God damn it, just like nothing's going right for me this game.
She walked away before he could make a move?
I think she walked away quite a while ago, actually. Right now, neither player is at the board, in fact. Which is always a very funny thing. So we've got a nice double chair stream going on right now. I hope you're all enjoying.
She's coming back right now.
All right, so they both came back actually, almost at the same time. This is one of the funniest things in chess tournaments that you don't get from the online experience is when like you get up to make a move, you make your move and then you get up, you're walking around for a while, maybe you go to the bathroom, you refill your water, and then out of the corner of your eye, you see your opponent also walking around.
Yeah.
You're like, oh well, I guess I better get back now.
I had an opponent one time that made a move as soon as I like they saw that I left basically, so that like they would eat up more of my clock.
Mm.
And I was like,
Did you
okay.
run back or did you just let them just say like, all right, I'm
Um
leaving anyway?
yeah, I didn't really care, I think. Cause I think I was
I,
winning, so I was like, this is fine.
that's the biggest power move. Like you get up, you start to get up, they make a move to force you to sit down, and you just leave anyway. It's like it's fine.
Yeah. Oh wait, CL said he's had a conversation with his opponent in the bathroom before.
Okay. That's very specific.
Oh shock.
Generally frowned upon. What was
Yeah.
what was the conversation about?
Oh yeah.
I'm hoping this was like something fully unrelated to chess. Like they just saw each other in the bathroom and were just like, yeah, how about them Yankees?
Yeah. Oh, maybe they just said hi to each other. Because the conversation is a bit of a stretch.
That's true. We could have very different definitions. All right, let's take a look at the actual game because once again, Dina is not lost, we think. I mean, the bar hasn't reacted horribly.
Yeah.
So we should try to figure out what the defense is here. Taking on a7 is certainly possible.
Yeah.
It's plausible that it's not lost.
Chuck Norris says c5.
C5 is definitely a candidate move as well, trying to open up the bishop. Again, black is attacking c4, so white either needs to defend the pawn on c4, which is very difficult because we can't play rook c1. We can't play rook c5. There's really no other piece that can defend it. Or we have to move the pawn, in which case c5 is, I mean, pawns only move one way, so c5 comes to mind. Or we need to allow c4 to be taken and do something else with the move. Rook a7 is a very big candidate for something else we could do with the move. I guess bishop e1 is theoretically possible as something else we could do with the move, trying to go after the h4 pawn. So those are all the candidate moves. Of those, which strikes you as the most natural? What should we look at first?
Um, I think c5. Just
Okay, yeah,
because the pawn on c4 just it looks very weak.
yeah, I agree. C5 seems like the most likely to be played. Rook takes a7. You just assume something bad will happen. You calculate it if you have to, but you assume it's not good. So c5, I think, is the most likely to be played. So let's look at that. So after c5, what will black do? Black probably has to trade the bishops. I guess not strictly has to, could play queen c6 instead, but you're probably going to end up taking. So after takes, black is not just like winning a pawn in the way that he would be if we leave c4 hanging, which is good. What I am worried about is your move from earlier, Tina, the move h3, softening up the king side.
Yeah, h3
And it's not
looks.
clear how white reacts.
With this.
So he put,
Oh,
sorry,
sorry.
go ahead.
With this current position, it makes me wish the rook wasn't on a5 and it was maybe like closer to the other rook, so then they can maybe double up on the f file instead. But
For sure. Yeah, the part of the reason that h3 is so powerful is the rook on a5 has been sort of deployed to the queen side permanently.
yeah,
It's going to take a fair amount of time for it to get back into the action. And after h3, if white is forced to respond with something like g3, the king is extremely weakened. And black's queen, if it can get to g2, will deliver checkmate. So there's a lot of ways black can start considering of ways to get the queen there without, blundering the f7 pawn in the process. Whereas this rook on a5 is just a spectator to the whole affair.
yeah, it's blocked off by a pawn and
Yeah, one of the downsides to c5, right?
yeah,
Well, maybe the main downside to c5 in this position, after h3, white's best move might be bringing the pawn back to c4. But unfortunately, they don't allow you to do that yet until the next update to chess.
Sadly, pawns can't move backwards.
But I do think she would go for this because this is not like clearly losing. It feels very scary after, for example, h3. Maybe like rook f3 isn't so bad. Maybe rook f5 even. You probably don't want to move the pawn, but if you move the rook anywhere, maybe you just give away the g2 pawn for temporarily. You'll take it later and try to take the a7 pawn, for instance, and play that way. It doesn't look clearly lost, and in this position, that's an accomplishment. So I expect this is going to appear on the board. But she's taking quite a bit of time to think here, and I think that's time well spent. It should also be said that h3 is not an easy move to make for black. It's very possible that black does something else, in which case white's chances of survival, I think, go way up.
I think so far he's played all the moves we thought he would.
Yeah, so far he's played a very well played game. 95 to d3, I think we thought was probably not the most precise, but it definitely gave Dina a lot of stuff to think about, and she clearly didn't react in the best way possible, which is one of the very scary things about the Nimzo as white. Your position is passive initially, so if you fall under some aggressive option and you don't react with sort of exactly the amount of energy you need, and I say exactly the amount of energy because sometimes you need to react very energetically, and sometimes you need to react with absolutely dead fish energy. In this game, I think she reacted with too much energy, I think was the problem, really.
I think so. I feel like rook a5 is a type of move I would make in a blitz game. Or like even...
I do like rook a5, I will say. I like the idea. The execution, maybe not so much.
Yeah. With your line, that was really cool, but with what her opponent, Sean, actually played, rook a5 makes me sad.
Yeah, she'd definitely prefer to have the rook back now. If you imagine the rook was on a1 in this position, then c5 might not be so bad. Which probably suggests that instead of rook a5, the move c5 was probably the better way to go. But here we are now. No takebacks in chess. Sometimes, I mean, yeah. I guess there are literally takebacks in chess implemented on sites, but FIDE hasn't allowed it yet. Maybe someday.
Yeah, maybe. Chess 2.0. Takebacks allowed.
But okay, so she is still thinking. So I think we should rook at rook a7. As ugly as the move looks, you do have to always consider taking a pawn for free.
Oh my gosh. I accidentally clicked some.
What happened? Oh, we lost the board for a minute? All right, we'll get it back. No worries. Technical difficulties.
I just need to...
Because I get to give my spiel again for all the people who have just joined, because I did see some questions in the chat of what this event is. For those of you who have just joined or don't know what it is that we're yapping about, this is round 1 of the Alto Open in Charlotte. We're following Dina Belenkaya's game against Sean Bale, who I don't personally know, but is about an 1800 rated player. In the first round, Dina is one of the higher up seeds, so she's on a pretty high board for the first round. She's playing on board 4. Typically, whoops, more technical difficulties. She does have the white pieces and is playing down, but round 1 is sometimes the scariest round to play in. You've just traveled, you haven't gotten fully into the swing of things yet, and looks like she's feeling the pressure a little bit. Her opponent has a great position so far, but as they say, sooner or later, hopefully the opponent shows their level. So we're going to try to recover. These are the types of games that sometimes distinguish masters from weaker players. It's not that masters always get good positions, it's that they save the bad ones. And here we are unquestionably in a bad position. I think both players realize that black is much better, if not close to winning. But he's got to prove it. He can't say, oh, the computer says I'm better. I collect the full point. Still a lot of chess to be played. She's going to try to defend a potentially very miserable position. And we are looking, this is the first moment of the game, really, that Dina has started to take a very, very long time. She's on a big time disadvantage as well, which is not so important because we have made a lot of moves already, but it is worth noting. And she's now trying to decide between a wide variety of moves. The pawn on c4 is threatened. So we talked about c5, which we think is still the most likely move to be played. After which black gets a very serious attack on the king side, but he does need to be precise in continuing it. Other moves, we can look at rook takes a7. Black is sacrificing a pawn with the move rook to c8, sort of, temporarily, kind of, sort of. But whenever a pawn is hanging, it is something that should be analyzed. I think one of the big problems with rook a7, rook takes a7 in this position, is black has a very pleasant choice between which pawn he wants to recapture back. He could take on c4 immediately, which still looks very unpleasant. So we could put this on the board maybe. After rook a7, bishop takes c4, bishop takes c4, queen takes c4, queen takes c4, rook takes c4. We trade all of the pieces.
And
then both the b4 and the e4 pawn are under fire. So b7 is hanging. White basically has to take. It's sort of the only reasonable try. Which looks like white has wriggled out of the worst of it because now the whole queen side is gone. The f-pawn is under fire. The pieces are finally activating, but black can probably play the very cold-blooded move, just f6 here. And it's very difficult for white to extricate her pieces then. Just defending, keeping the f-pawn out of danger. Black will take on e4 next. Black also has ideas of, for example, moving the knight away, opening a discovered attack on d2. So knight c5, for example, will be possible on the next move after f6.
Oh, wow.
It looks very scary. For example, we can keep going. The line may continue. So if f6, for example, instead of not knight c5 immediately because we'll take on f7, but if f6 first to defend that pawn, if white tries, for example, rook a1, which would be very logical, trying to put both rooks on the 7th rank, then black can follow up with knight c5 again, this idea. This forces white to take. And after rook takes d2, black flips the script completely. It's not white getting both rooks on the 7th, it's actually black. Because the rook on a1 is required to stay there due to rook c1 checkmate, back rank mate. It is a very critical point. If white's pawn were on h3, white might be winning in this position. But unfortunately, her pawn is not on h3. So there's no defense to the second rook coming to c2, and then that's probably just collecting like every pawn of white's in the position and reaching a winning endgame. This is a long line, to be fair. There are ways for black to mess up, but there aren't that many. It's really just f6, whether he decides to play f6 in the position after rook takes b7. Definitely. Which leads us to a very important rule in chess, which is never play f6 except when you should play f6.
Spot on.
So I do take it back a little bit. I mean, Dina is calculating some of these lines right now. She's looking at rook a7, bishop takes c4, and she's looking at this rook endgame and thinking maybe it's not losing. Like knight c5 is an easy move to miss from afar. And if you don't see knight c5, you might go for this line and get yourself into very, very big trouble.
Wait, sorry.
So rook is...
I was reading what someone wrote in chat and then...
No, I was just saying that rook takes a7 is something she's seriously considering.
Oh, yeah.
Because if we go down that line, the knight c5 trick at the end is not obvious. That is... once it's on the board, I think it's probably not the most difficult thing. Her opponent, if they reach that position on the board, her opponent will probably find knight to c5. But from this position, she would have to see that knight c5 is possible all the way down the line in order to think that rook takes a7 is so bad. And so it's very possible that she plays rook a7 here and blunders this idea. What might save her is that after rook takes a7, black doesn't need to take on c4. We can also show this. If rook takes a7 here, black could instead go after the b pawn and play queen to b6, forking the pawn, the rook on a7 and the pawn on b4, picking a pawn back up that way with a different approach. Taking on c4 would be a very tactical solution, just trying to reach a concretely winning endgame. Queen to b6 and taking on b4 would be a very positional solution, saying I'm going to take on b4, which is going to weaken the c5 square. I'll bring my knight back around to c5. Your pawn structure is horrible. Your bishops are horrible. Your rooks are horrible. Your king is horrible. He just really likes the word horrible, and probably try to win the game positionally that way. So she might see this and discard rook a7 as a result, which would be good because after rook a7, I think both of these are winning for black. Bishop takes c4 or queen b6.
Definitely. I think bishop takes c4 seems less scary than queen b6. But what if after queen b6 is rook f to a1 terrible?
Rook f to a1 is dangerous, but not terrible. I mean, we still would take on b4. The problem is that doubling the rooks on the a file doesn't accomplish much, probably.
Yeah, that's true.
Because what is the rook on? Are we going to bring the second rook to a5? Like rook a5 didn't work the first time, so we'll try it again. There's no other squares on the a file is the problem. So it doesn't really stop the idea. The thing that you would probably be more concerned about as white or as black is to move rook to a4, trying to defend the pawn on b4.
Rook to a4. Oh yeah.
And then it's not so obvious. I mean, white pieces are all stuck, but at least black is not taking the pawn immediately, which is nice. The h3 move from before still looks very powerful. One of the nice things about queen d6 is it also prepares to swing the queen over to g6, for example, if the bishop on the e6 moves away. So after h3, after h3 is a big threat of bishop d7 and queen g6, which is also not obvious.
So h3, do we play g3?
Honestly, I don't know. Probably rook f3 from before, but just every move looks very bad.
And then they take the pawn and...
Yeah, you take on g2. White probably doesn't take back immediately. Probably plays like rook g3 instead. And then it feels like black's like really close to a knockout blow, but it's not obvious what it is. Maybe knight to f4 is a very nice move, taking advantage of the pin on the e3 pawn. Maybe a simple move like queen to d6, just putting pressure on the d file. But we could see this on the board. This is very possible. White is not obviously lost, in the sense that black doesn't. I don't see a concrete win for black, and that is something that can make you panic when you have the black pieces and you feel like you should be winning, but you don't have all the details. You can start to feel very scared.
Yeah.
Start to feel like, oh, I might slip away. So a lot to consider for Dina. What would you lean towards as white? Which, if we go back to the position after on the board right now, would you? Yeah, would you? First instinct, would you prefer c5 or rook takes a7?
I think c5.
I kind of agree. I feel like c5 feels the more normal.
Yeah, just because they have so many attackers on c4.
Yeah, it does feel like a more permanent solution to the c pawn being weak, right?
Yeah.
Seems very plausible. Yeah, big trouble so far. I think both of these defenses are quite reasonable. After c5 or rook a7, I do think that white has pretty serious chances of holding the game against a lower rated player.
I think
But
so.
it's still a long way to go.
I wonder what his online rating is, because the title of the stream is like "No More Underrated Kids." And I think Chessweave earlier commented something along the lines of underrated adults. So
It very much could be that way. You know, nobody likes playing underrated kids, but what people don't talk about is that like they're not underrated because they're kids. They're underrated because, you know, they play so much chess outside of tournaments. They learn so quickly. They have so much time to dedicate towards the game, which is the big advantage of being a kid. You don't have work. You don't have other life responsibilities. You can go to school, come home, and spend 8 hours a day on chess, and you can be perfectly happy. But as an adult, you typically as an adult, you don't have that sort of luxury, but some people do. And so if you're an adult who is also spending, you know, 6 to 8 hours a day on chess and putting a lot of focus in, learning quickly, you can also just be very underrated. It's not like being underrated is a property exclusive to people under the age of 18. On your 18th birthday, like no wizard comes to your house and just like takes away your ability to learn. So, especially in Charlotte, where there are a lot more tournaments nowadays, but it is a region that historically doesn't have the same number of events as the major cities on the coast. You can have a lot of players who play maybe, you know, 2 or 3 tournaments a year. Maybe this is, you know, one of the few that they play. Maybe he plays online and he's actually at 2,500. You don't know. It's
yeah.
And that can be very scary as well in round one.
I'm trying to do some research on him.
All right, the stalking has commenced.
Just
Nobody is safe. Sean Bale is he doesn't know yet, but he should be shaking in his boots.
Oh dang, he's played. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, as we do this research, Gina is still thinking very deeply. I think she sees at this point. I mean, she's calculated long enough that she sees that endgame from before we were looking at with knight to c5 at the end.
Mm-hmm.
She might see it, and what I think she's trying to decide right now is she understands that that endgame is losing, but she's trying to guess if her opponent will figure that out. Because it's very possible, like in positions like this where you know that you're lost and you know that it's very difficult for you to find moves, you stop thinking about what the best move is and you start thinking about what the least likely for your opponent to figure out is. And so what she's probably trying to think about right now is, okay, if I take on a7, he's going to have to find knight c5 at the end. Or if I play c5, he's going to have to find h3 at the end. Which of those two moves is harder for him to see? That's the guessing game that can be, you know, very difficult.
Also, I think her clock is at 33 minutes right now, and her opponent's is at 1 hour and 22.
It does look that way. Yeah, we have the live board up and the position hasn't changed, right? So the live board says 48 minutes and that's on a 15-minute delay.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're exactly right. Probably 33 minutes. On the camera, it looks like 37, but I don't know how that would happen. Maybe the delay gets shorter, or maybe it's a 10-minute delay.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
I know some live sports broadcasts do a thing where they start on a delay, like a pretty significant delay at the start, but then they like speed it up every ad break. Oh. So by the end of the game, it's live. Maybe they're doing that here. That would be some real sophisticated technology for a chess broadcast. Sure. It's possible. I did a little bit of stalking in the meantime. The opponent, Sean Bale, did play 2 tournaments in January and gained 80 FIDE points. He then played...
Oh, you looked at his FIDE
3 tournaments. He then played 3 tournaments in February and went up another 20 points. So this year in 2024, he's up almost 100 rating.
Oh, wow.
So it's very possible that he is considerably underrated and catching back up, and this is like the absolute worst person to have to play in the first round.
Yeah, and like like we said earlier too, like she's definitely or most likely fatigued from doing the bow test commentary last night and having to play this tournament so soon after.
Yeah, that is another big deal.
Because I think she stayed up until 7 a.m.
Oh wow.
her time, and then when I messaged her at 9 my time, so like 11 o'clock, she was already up.
Yeah, I mean, if you're up at 7 a.m. and you have to play a game at 7 p.m., not a good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah, the time is ticking down. She's got some serious decisions to make. C5, rook a7, both possible. We haven't even talked about bishop e1, which is another move that she could be considering right now. A lot of difficult decisions to make. But I do think at this stage she's got to pick one. I mean, she spent probably about half an hour on this move, and she does need to leave herself some time. Because if she does reach one of these difficult endgames, and as we hope, her opponent doesn't see the critical move either h3 or knight c5 and plays a different move, the game doesn't end. She's not just winning after that or making a draw after that. She's
Mm-hmm.
still going to need some time to figure out how to save the position from there. And 35
Oh,
minutes is enough time to play the rest of the game, but it's starting to make time more and more of a factor. So I expect her to take a decision in the next like 5 or so minutes. She obviously understands this and is going to leave herself a bit of time. You have to play to your outs basically. If you're hoping your opponent blunders into an equal position, you still have to make sure that you can survive the equal position.
yeah. When she moved her arm earlier, I thought she was going to move.
Yeah, she did do the body language thing as starting to move. It's possible she was starting to intend to move and then at the last minute saw something. That
Yeah.
happens a lot over the board. What's your prediction, Tina? What do you think the result of this is? Does Dina save the game? Does she go down? Does she somehow turn it around fully and come away with the full point?
Uh, I I think she can save it. Maybe. I that's what I hope for, because it's not dead lost yet. There's still chances, but the time issue is humongous right now. I think.
I think I agree. I think the time difference is very scary, and the position is very scary. But there is a sizable difference in strength between the players, and there is no obvious knockout blow for the opponent yet. So I do think a draw is probably the most likely outcome, but all three results are very much possible. A win is not likely, but I wouldn't put it off the table yet.
Yeah. I'd be pretty happy. Oh, okay. I'd be pretty
That's the
happy.
sort of pose that makes me think this is actually going to go a while longer. She's like resituated herself, and that's when it signals that she's starting her calculations over. Basically, like she's like, okay, I've thought about everything I need to think about. Let's
Yeah.
start from scratch. This could be a bit. There's also something to said that her opponent probably wasn't sure about the evaluation of the position. She was wondering, like, he was probably thinking, okay, this is probably good for me, but I don't know how good. And now that
Mm-hmm.
she spent like 30, 40 minutes, now he probably was like, well, it must be good if she's spending this
Yeah.
much time.
And then especially just like looking at body language too, you can see that she's uncomfortable with the position,
Yeah,
and you
very
can
much
just
so.
kind of gauge it.
She has taken a decision. She did go for c5,
Oh wow, okay. Oops.
which is a big moment. I do think c5 was the best.
I wonder if he's going to move instantly or if he's going to think for a little bit, because he's had quite a while to think.
Yeah, he definitely realizes. He definitely should have realized that c5 was likely, and he does move instantly. He does take on b3.
Oh, okay. Oh,
Dina
Nicola,
takes back, of course.
thanks for the tier 3 sub and the 1000 bits to Dina. Let's go.
Oh, let's go! Huge shout out to Nicola. Hopefully that gives her enough energy to save this position.
Yeah.
This could be another long moment, by the way, because her opponent might have at some point when your opponent's taking a very long time to move, you just stop thinking. You're like, okay, I'm not gonna bother trying to guess what they're gonna move because they spent like 30 minutes already trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just gonna wait. Let's just wait for them to make a move, and I'll deal with it later.
Yeah.
And so this might be the dealing with it later. Like he might actually take quite a bit of time here.
True. Oh, okay, wait. I'm gonna go grab a cup of water. BRB.
All right, so we're awaiting the opponent's move here. This could be a long one. For those of you who are just stopping in, we are watching Dina Belankaya play round 1 of the Alto Open in Charlotte. This is a pretty normal 5-round event weekend tournament in Charlotte with one additional rule that nobody under 21, Alto, at least 21, nobody under 21 is allowed to participate in the tournament. No kids in this treehouse, only adults. All 5 games that Dina plays is guaranteed to be against somebody that is old enough to drink. And in the first round here, Dina is definitely struggling with the white pieces. The position is difficult. We believe it's savable because the almighty engine tells us it's savable, but it is difficult. Fortunately, the bar didn't react too much to c5, so it does seem that Dina has found maybe not the only solution, but at least one of the good ones. We weren't quite sure about c5 versus rook a7, maybe bishop e1 were all possibilities, but c5 does seem like the most natural one. She is down a lot of time. The opponent has a great position, a huge time advantage, but no killer knockout blow. And he's spending quite a bit of time here trying to figure out exactly what the follow-up is, how to continue either putting pressure on the queen side. He's thinking about, should I transition to the king side now? What I think is that the move h3 is very critical. And if he does not play the move h3 here, I think the chances for Dina in this game go way up. Because that will allow her to play h3 herself, which dramatically reduces the pressure on the king side. And also in all the endgames we were looking at earlier, it makes it much more likely that white will not have problems on the back rank and therefore be able to survive some pretty scary looking positions. So I'm expecting, well, it does look like body language wise, he is about to take a decision. But he's kind of stopped and started with his hand a few times. This is a very common thing that happens. Also, for those of you who are wondering why the live board is not quite up to date, there is a bit of a delay on the broadcast. We are going to get the moves on the board about 10 minutes slower than the camera. So we are when the moves on the camera happen, we are manually entering them ourselves so that we don't miss some of the action. And this is a big moment. It looks like the opponent has not found the critical move h3 and has instead played the move a7 to a6, which I think gives white much better chances of holding the position. After a6, it's still a very logical move. It solidifies the queen side forever. And so these pawns on b4 and c5 are going to be very weak permanently, which also restricts the scope of the dark square bishop. It also means that black doesn't need to ever worry about his a7 pawn hanging. But more importantly, white's king is not under serious danger anymore. And so now this is a big moment for Dina as well. I think that Dina needs to find the critical move h3 in response, preventing h3 from black. Take full advantage of this opportunity that she's been given to not get checkmated. If she plays h3 here, I think there's very good chances of saving the position. If she does not play h3, I think there's still very good chances of saving the position because probably the opponent won't find h3 the second time if he didn't find it at the first time. But we'll see. She has left herself about half an hour, which is not a ton of time. just enough time to find some of the critical moves. So we're hoping for
Yeah.
h3, I think.
I agree.
The good thing is that there aren't really any other moves. Do you see any other ideas? So if you had this position, Tina, and this was duck chess, and there was a duck on h3, and you weren't allowed to play h3, what would your next move be?
Wait, just quick. Oh, black played a6.
Yeah, black played to move a6.
Okay. And then I can't play h3.
Yeah, you're not allowed to play h3. But also your opponent's probably not going to play h3 themselves, because if they were going to do that, they probably would have done it till the last move. So maybe you're not so scared of them playing h3. But if not h3, what's a move? What move would you probably play? Or just like name some moves that come to mind, I guess, even.
Dropping the rook back to a1, or maybe a2 if the knight moves.
That is probably the other idea in the position. Say that the rook on a5 has done its job in some sense. I'm not sure what job it's done, but it's definitely no longer useful there. It's been made redundant. So bringing it back, I think, makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't be surprised if Dino plays to move rook a1, like you were suggesting, even rook a2. I think are both very logical. Yeah, I don't think h3 is such an easy move because of what you said. Like rook to a1 feels very natural, trying to rearrange the pieces.
Yeah. Oh, it looks like she has about 29 minutes.
Yeah, she is under 30 minutes. And it is one very important thing to note about this tournament is that this is not a 30-second increment tournament. Normally you get 30 seconds after every move. So typically you would play with 90 minutes and you get 30 seconds a move. The idea is that if the game goes 60 moves, that adds up to 2 hours. But in this tournament, they've gone with a slightly different approach. You start with 110 minutes, so an hour and 50 minutes, and there's only a 10-second increment. And so we've already progressed pretty far into the game where when you have half an hour, if you have 30-second increment, you feel kind of comfortable. If you have 10-second increment, you feel much less comfortable. And there is no extra time at move 40, so there's nothing to look forward to. This is the amount of time that she has remaining for the rest of the game.
Yeah. Rod Ruth on Dina's YouTube chat seems to be unhappy that we're not displaying the time, but there's a 15-minute delay for this board.
Yeah, I guess we can cover that as well. We cannot show the time because the time on the live board is not correct.
Wait,
like you can see there.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I think you were right about the delay getting decreased.
I think it's just a 10-minute delay.
Oh, 10-minute?
Yeah. So the times on the stream that you're seeing right now with this view, they're not correct. Like it shows Dina with 33 minutes.
Yeah.
And if you look on the camera, she's got about 25:40, 25:39, 25:38. I mean, we could show it if people really want to see it, but it is basically a random number.
Yeah.
It is sort of no bearing to the actual clock.
Yeah, because
but you can see the clock in the camera view.
Yeah, but he has a significant amount of time left.
Yeah, I mean, in any case, whether you're looking at the clock for the camera or for the chess.com broadcast, the story is the same. White is very low on time. Black has a huge advantage on the clock, almost an hour now, maybe even slightly over an hour as she starts to tick just below 25 minutes. It is a really significant time advantage.
Maybe people can see the clock a little better now. I just made it bigger.
I mean, we can also put the broadcast link in the chat. Maybe somebody somebody can pin this?
I'm not. It was pinned, but I think only for 20 minutes. And I think you got
Well,
modded.
I dropped in the chat, so if there's any mod around, pin that. You can see what chess.com is reporting as the live times there, but be warned that it is on a bit of a delay, so the times are going to be quite a bit inaccurate.
Yeah.
But she's taking quite a bit of time here, which makes sense because she probably wasn't anticipating a6. This is why I was saying she needed to make this decision faster earlier, because you assume your opponent's going to make a mistake, and you need to be ready to have enough time on your clock so that when the mistake occurs, which is probably earlier than we would have expected, a6 is a very quick time to make a mistake. This is sort of one move into the line. But if she's not prepared for it, then she basically wasted a lot of time for it, because all the time that she spent calculating rook a7 is now irrelevant. All the time that she spent calculating h3 for black is now irrelevant. She would love to have those 20, 30 minutes back and try to find the precise way to defend from this position.
Definitely. I'm scared to talk to her after if she loses.
I mean, let's stay positive. I don't think
Yeah.
I don't even think it's that likely she loses from here, to be completely honest.
True. I think she still has a decent amount of hope.
Especially if she plays h3 in this position, because black's plan is not obvious. If black's plan is not connected to h3, which he didn't play, you would think he would have played it, but he didn't. Then what's he do? Like if you play h3, black doesn't have a ton of obvious moves. The queen would love to go to c6 and put pressure on e4, but right now it's required to defend the f7 pawn, so it takes some time for black to arrange that. And if white gets some time to play stuff like h3, then rook f5, then rook a1, and rook f1, bring all the pieces over to the king side, maybe the bishop goes to e1 and starts putting pressure on this h4 pawn, the game can turn around very quickly if black isn't careful.
Definitely. But that's kind of hope chess a little bit, isn't it? Just
It's definitely hope.
yeah.
But I mean, in chess, you always need your opponent to make mistakes, right?
Yeah.
So you hope they make a lot of mistakes, but you can assume that they'll make some mistakes.
Definitely.
When you're calculating, you definitely like should assume that they're not going to make a mistake. Like look for the best move for them. But you should also like you're not playing Stockfish, and we're playing in 1800 right now, so you're playing somebody who's very, 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 very far from Stockfish. There's going to be mistakes on both sides.
Yeah. Oh, she bishop c3.
Yeah, so she's played bishop c3, which is interesting. I mean, she's trying to activate the bishop, and also black did have some ideas of moving the knight away to open up a discovery on d2. Knight c5, for example, was theoretically possible in some positions. Knight f4 was something that black could have been considering as well. So bishop c3 steps out of the way of those. It does put some pressure on e5. This isn't so important because realistically, white is not going to generate enough pressure on e5 for black to have any real problems with the pawn. But it does mean that the knight on d3 does have to stay there for a little bit to keep an eye on it. And one of the other things she might be preparing is this interesting idea of playing the move bishop to d4, breaking the connection between the rook and the knight and trying to trade this now very bad bishop for this very decent knight. So bishop c3, I think, makes a lot of sense. A good multi-purpose move. Once again, I think h3 is the problem, but black probably isn't going to play h3 the second time, right? If he didn't play it the first time.
Wait, what? Someone said, why are the names wrong on the screen? They're not.
Are the names wrong? I hope the names aren't wrong.
Yeah, they're. Dina's playing white. Sean's playing black. Okay, the pieces under her name are black because she captured those black pieces. Maybe that's what you're getting
Stop getting
confused
one guy
about.
to stream is fine. It's fine. I mean, it's possible that the
Okay.
broadcast is like this guy is not named Sean Bale. Maybe he's named something different. That maybe that's what they mean by it's wrong. But I don't think so. We can check the pairings.
No, I checked the pairings.
Okay, it is Sean Bale.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, we're right. Ignore the haters. So yeah, bishop c3. It looks like black has played rook d7 very quickly.
Oh shit. Okay. Rook d7.
Which I think also makes a lot of sense. I mean, like we were saying before, black would love to play queen c6, but the queen is tied to the defense of the f7 pawn. So by playing rook to d7, the Sean Bale has started to prepare the move queen to c6. And it's not an easy threat to meet. This is where Dina might need to consider the idea I was just talking about with bishop d4.
Oh yeah. I think you're right.
And the good news about bishop d4 is the black knight is trapped. The bad news
Ooh.
is you're giving away a bishop to trap it. But after bishop d4 takes, white takes on d3. We could show this line.
Bishop to d4. Black takes d4.
Yeah, so bishop d4, e takes d4, queen takes d3. Let's say, for example, d takes e3. White plays queen takes e3. This endgame is still unpleasant for white because the rook on a5 is offside. It has no role right now. It takes some time to get back. The only open file is still the d file, and black has full control of it, and the e pawn is weak. But the situation is clarified a lot. White no longer has double pawns, which is great. The very bad bishop has been traded off for the very good knight, which is great. There is some counterplay in the f file now, which is good. There's no h3 issue from black anymore, which is good. I think this is a very holdable endgame. And especially against somebody, a lower rated opponent, like 1800-ish, they're not likely going to put on the maximum pressure. Like, you know, if you were playing against Magnus in this position, you'd probably be sweating. But fortunately, you're not.
Yeah.
So this position, I think white would have extremely good chances to hold. This
I
isn't
agree.
forced, though. This isn't forced. What would you think about this position if you had black? Would you be expecting to win or expecting not to win?
Uh, this position with after queen takes e3.
Yeah, if we reach this position, because this is a very realistic position we could obtain.
Okay, personally, I would try to win, but I'm really bad at endgames.
Yeah,
So,
I feel like as black, I wouldn't be that confident that I win this position.
yeah. It
If I
just
if I
looks,
had black here against Magnus, I'd probably assume I was going to lose the position even.
yeah. Like if it was, yeah, it definitely depends on who my opponent is too. I feel like that mentality would really affect it.
Right, right. I mean, of course, anytime I play Magnus from any position, I assume I'm going to
Yeah.
lose. But more specifically in this position, like there are some positions where I feel like you can do nothing and you won't lose against anybody, even if you're playing a computer. Okay, she looks like she did not go for bishop d4.
Oh, what move did she?
And I think the reason she didn't go for bishop d4 was because black probably wouldn't be so obliging and just take on d4. She most likely, the opponent probably would have played knight takes b4, or even like knight to c1, move the knight away first as a sort of desperado, try to gain an extra tempo. Instead, she's gone for the move queen to c4.
Proactive.
Which looks logical. I mean, this is definitely a better square for the queen than d3.
Mm-hmm.
This puts some pressure on d3. The problem is, how do you follow up the pressure? I'm gonna set up a trick, and I'm gonna see if you fall into it.
Okay.
If black plays queen c6, what would you play?
Black plays.
To try to increase the pressure on the d3 knight. What's any move that comes to mind to try to put pressure on the d3 knight? Even
Rook
if you wouldn't play it.
d1.
Yeah, so rook d1 would be a very natural move to try to hit the knight. What's the problem? Were you hesitating because you saw a problem, or were you hesitating because you just don't like being put on the spot?
I just didn't know. Because you said you were gonna try to trick me, so I was like, okay.
Okay, well, we can put it on the board. So let's say
Okay.
black plays queen c6.
Yeah.
White plays rook d1, which would look very natural. Try to hit the knight on d3. Black to move. What's the problem?
Knight b2.
Right, exactly. Knight b2, opening up. This is like the ultimate tactic. You get the combo fork discovery. It's not common you get two named tactics in the same move. But knight b2 unfortunately ends the game. Because the rook on d1 becomes indefensible and the knight is hitting both the queen and the rook. So Dina obviously won't play this, but if she can't play this, then it's not clear what the point of queen c4 is, because there's no follow-up of rook d1. So after queen c4, queen c6, white has to find a different move. It's not clear what that would be. Maybe rook a2, your idea from earlier. Try to put pressure on the d knight by playing the rook to d2 and avoid this problem would be very logical.
Yilo asked, oh well, this was for earlier, I think, about b6.
About b6 for black. b6 was always possible, but the problem was, so b6, if we go back a move before rook d7.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good thing to illustrate. Because b6 is a very good way to trick your opponent. Like, make it look like b6 is possible. So if you go after bishop c3, for example, if we go back one more move, bishop to c3, it looks like white has blundered the move b6, taking advantage of...
I go back to move? Oh, bishop to c3, yeah.
Yeah, after white plays bishop c3, it looks like this move b6 is very strong, because it seems that white has inadvertently walked into a pin on the c file, right? So after b6, white cannot take on b6 because the bishop on c3 will hang, except for the fact that he can, or she can, because the pawn on f7, as we mentioned before, is only defended by the queen on c7. So it's not able to go all the way to c3 and abandon the defense of the king. So after c takes b6, queen takes c3. You can show this line. Queen takes f7 check. The king is forced to go to either h7 or h8. It probably doesn't matter which. White can play queen h5 check against either of them. The king is forced to go back to g8. And then white can play queen f7 once again and make a perpetual with a draw. So this is why black didn't play b6 at any moment. He had to play rook d7 first, which he did. And after queen c4, now b6 is more possible. It's still not so scary because white will be able to take the pawn on a6. But it looks like instead of queen c6, he's finally played the move h3.
Wow.
Which is not a good sign. h3 was not an easy move to find, and he missed it for like 3 consecutive moves.
Yeah.
But third time's the charm. He found it. Finally.
Yeah.
And this is where rook d1 not being possible really hurts.
Definitely.
There's sort of no active plan anymore.
How much time does she have? Like 17 minutes?
Yeah, that's the other big deal. She's dropped well below 20 minutes now. With 17 minutes on the clock, only 10-second increments. This is going to be a difficult one. The opponent's played very well so far. I mean, missing h3 the last couple moves is extremely understandable. And she did find he did find it on sort of the last opportunity.
Oh no. What did I do?
Uh-oh.
Oh wait. Did her camera die?
Is her camera gone? Oh no, her camera couldn't bear to look at the position anymore.
Oh
Oh no.
no.
All right, well, let's pick up the analysis
Okay.
board at least.
Yeah, let me.
You can try to recover while Dina tries to fix
She
the
probably
technical
won't,
issues.
I think.
She probably won't, but
Yeah.
maybe she notices. In the meantime, we can at least look at the board.
Yeah, because she's dropped off the call. Okay, let me,
I mean, the
fix.
other possibility, like, remember the game is on a delay. It's possible the game ended.
Oh, true. Oh,
And
wait,
that would
no,
be a
but the
very bad sign.
camera.
Well, it's possible the game ended and she put the camera away,
Oh, okay, yeah.
which would be a bad sign because if the game ended, that means that she blundered some tactic probably
Yeah,
and
maybe.
had to resign.
Oop.
But we're going to pretend that that's not the case until proven otherwise.
Yeah. Okay, let
We
me
did see
just.
just before the camera blew up that she played Rook A2.
She play. Okay. Um,
It's also possible that he blundered.
Rook A2. Okay.
Yeah, so H3 was played and then Rook A2. That was the last we saw. Rook A2 is a very logical move. White needs to bring the rook back somehow into the game, and A2 is a very natural spot to do it for two reasons. One is that the rook can go to D2 now, which puts pressure on the D file without running into the knight B2 tactic we saw earlier. And it also defends the G2 pawn with the rook. So if black takes, white is able to take back with the rook. And then the rooks on the F and G files have serious roles.
Yeah, I agree. Sorry, I'm fixing the scene right now.
Yeah, take your time.
Let me just make the chessboard bigger.
So yeah, I do like this move Rook A2 a lot from Dina. I think it was probably the main serious try to keep the game going. And it's not so easy for black to find a win. I mean, there is definitely no knockout still. If there wasn't a knockout before, it doesn't seem like there should be now. One I guess aspirational line we can show when you have a minute to swap back to the board is that after white played rook to A2, if black takes on G2 with the pawn, white takes back with the rook.
On G. Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, after A takes G2, rook takes G2. Now the rooks on the F and G file look very scary, right? It seems like there could be some pressure on the G7 pawn. So a reasonable thing that black might decide to do is to play the move G6, just to try to alleviate some of the pressure. And unfortunately for black, very fortunately for us, but unfortunately for black, this would immediately blunder the pawn. White would be able to take on G6 with check, and then maybe black would resign. Maybe this is how the game ended. It's possible, right? We said the game, it's possible the game ended. Maybe this is what happened. Very, very unlikely. one in 10,000 chance. But you never know. It could occur. These are the sorts of things you dream about in this position as well. Because at this stage, you kind of stop calculating. You're just like, okay, I mean, my opponent can play any move and it's winning. Let's instead of trying to find good moves for my opponent, let's find bad moves.
Yeah.
At least keep some sanity.
Honestly, I love doing that sometimes.
It's possible. All right, well, the good news is we can swap back to the chess.com board, I guess, since we have nothing else to look at. Oh. So all the people who were concerned about not seeing the time, we can now see it.
Yeah. Oh wait, I need to fix the scene again.
Okay. It'll be huge progress. We are now on equal footing with the rest of you. The commentators will also be on a 10-15 minute delay. So we're going back in time for a move. I guess Queen C4 earned a question mark from the computer, which Makes sense. It's a little harsh though. I mean, queen c4 is a very natural move.
Yeah, I agree.
And the bar has unfortunately kind of exploded.
Queen
It was
c4
like
didn't
0.6,
seem.
0.7 for the longest time. So queen c4, I guess, was a huge offender, but it really doesn't feel like it should be. But here we are, back in time one move ago. Unfortunately, in this position, the opponent, the great Sean Bale himself, who we are blessed to be observing, on his third opportunity, found the move h4, h3, which starts a very, very strong attack for the black side. And Dina responded with rook a2. We will see these moves occur in, I guess, probably about 6 minutes now.
Dang.
Somewhere between 0 and 15. I'm not sure exactly how much it's been since we saw it on camera. We did lose the camera feed for people who are just stopping in or are confused what it is, what nonsense we're doing to the screen. Unfortunately, Dina's camera in the room did go down. Not sure
Oh my
if it's...
gosh. Okay. Sorry. So, someone pointed out that on Chess Truck's stream, you can see a little bit of Dina's board, and it's true. You can see her in the
Okay, I
background
mean, that
right
is a
there.
good sign. That is a good sign
So
because there
she
were only
did
two
resign.
explanations. There were only two explanations for the camera going down. One is that the camera just died because
Yeah.
it ran out of battery or something. The other is that the game ended and Dina put it away.
Mm-hmm. And
But we can now
she's
see
still
that the game is going.
right there. Yeah.
Yeah. Where? Here? Is this how I do this?
Other way.
Close enough. Other way?
Yeah.
Here?
Yeah.
It's so hard. Oh man, mirror images are so difficult. But yeah, in the background, in the slight background, you can see the game is still going, which is a good sign. That means Dina hasn't resigned.
Yeah.
Yeah, huge detective work from the chat. Shout out to who is this that pointed this out?
I'm not sure. It was like, oh, Mr. G3.
All right, well, huge shout out to Mr. G3. The game continues, so we're gonna be operating off the broadcast now because I don't think you can see the position from here. If we have any like true Sherlock Holmes in the chat who can figure out the moves from this view, feel free to to share. But let's all back to the live board. So this is not the live board, unfortunately. This would be great if this was the live board.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Whoops.
What happened? The camera in the room, we lost the video feed. So we're going to be operating off the DGT broadcast, which is about 10 to 15 minutes behind the actual game.
Wait, someone said Dina just sacked the rook, but I don't know if we should believe them.
Okay, well, let's stay on the feed. So,
yeah.
I mean, so far all we've seen is queen c4. And we know that h3, rook a2 will be coming any moment now.
I'll look at h3 and then, yeah.
But we don't know what happened after that. Okay, so here's the h3 move. We'll see rook a2 in another minute or two.
Oh, Yila, Bale is around 1900. I'm not sure why it official like on the official broadcast it says he's 1788.
Well,
oh, that's
the broadcast
his
uses FIDE ratings.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
So, I mean, when anybody talks about ratings, they only talk about FIDE at this stage. I think the tournament probably pairs based on FIDE ratings as well. So that's the relevant one. But if you look on the website, they'll probably list the USCF ratings just because it's a tournament in the US. So there'll be a bit of a discrepancy, usually about 100 points or so. Yeah, last we saw she had about 15 minutes left and time was ticking for her. Definitely. So she's probably down to like 10 to 12 right now. In a very unpleasant position. But if anyone can do it, it's probably her in this round.
I think so. I feel like I feel like we've been saying this a lot, but there's still chances. It's still possible.
I still wouldn't write it off. I mean, if we're being honest, like, I don't understand why the computer thinks this is that bad for white. It's bad. Like, let's not pretend it's not bad. But for it to say like minus 3.3 or something suggests that it sees like a almost concrete win. And it's not really clear what that would be. I mean, we can try to figure it out. So after rook a2, we did show this funny line with hg, rook g2, and then hope the opponent wonders
Yeah.
rook g6 or something. But taking on g2 would be an insane decision from the opponent. Just horribly impractical to allow the rook to come to the g file for no reason when it's not forced. So we have to assume the opponent's not going to play h takes g2. That would be a little bit surprising. But then the question is, okay, what does the opponent actually do? Where is the concrete win? One possibility, and this is not easy, but one possibility is to play the move b5.
Oh yeah, b5.
Taking advantage of the pin on the c file. Fortunately, en passant is not forced, despite what the fans have led you to believe. And so after b5, white will not play en passant and give away the queen, but will move the queen away to b3. The downside of the queen being on b3 is that the queen no longer defends the e4 pawn. And so if black just plays a simple move like queen to b7 or queen to c6, maybe either one, how do you defend this pawn? Looks like you can't.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it.
A very useful trick for black is that after this bishop d4 idea we were looking at earlier, queen takes e4 actually defends the knight on d3 as well. And once the e4 pawn falls, the rest of the position kind of falls with it. So if the opponent finds this, and this isn't easy, b5 is not the first move you think about. If the opponent finds this, unfortunately, I think there is basically no hope. If the opponent does not find this, then there's a lot of hope. And the opponent hasn't found some moves that I mean, he took quite a while to play h3. He took 3 moves. I guess that's kind of the only mistake he really made during this game. I was hoping to be able to rattle off just like a bunch of issues that the opponent has done, but there really haven't been any. He's played a fantastic game, other than not going for h3 so early. But we can still stay positive. I mean, one of the nice things about the mistake that he made being not going for h3 means that he's been shying away from these like super critical concrete lines, and b5 is one of those. It is a little bit risky in the sense that your a6 pawn becomes very weak. So if you don't see that you're picking up the e4 pawn immediately, then b5 would just be a little bit of an odd move. The c pawn becomes passed for white, the a6 pawn becomes weak. So b5 is only good really because of the concrete follow-up of taking e4. So this is a very reasonable thing for him to miss. It's not guaranteed at all that this is a line that black finds. And if black plays some random move, then yes, he's not going to take on g2. But if he doesn't take on g2 and white gets to take on h3, you sort of do the same thing, just slower. You take on h3 and then you play rook g2 with white. Then you start to generate something. There's some hope. Gosh. I guess one of the big problems is that if black plays queen c6, then b5 is still a threat, and you can't really do anything about it.
Queen c6 after b, or queen c6.
Yeah,
even without b5.
Yeah, even without b5, because even if you miss b5, queen c6 is a very natural move. It just puts pressure on e4, and then you can play b5 the next move. So that would also be a very annoying move for white to meet.
Yeah, do you agree with what Petrosian said about that knight could become a loss in the best case scenario for white?
There's definitely a world where it's possible, right? But you know,
Definitely.
I think you would need a conspiracy of at least a dozen minor deities
Oh
to
wow,
to come together.
he played b5.
Oh, the opponent found the move b5.
Yeah,
Oh boy,
then she
that is not
played
a good
queen
sign.
b3. And this was like 10 minutes ago?
Yeah, yeah. So we are again. We're getting the moves like 10 minutes late. So this was 10 minutes ago. Black found this very difficult move b5, and now Dina's got a very serious problem. Queen b3 is forced and was played. Black played queen to c6, and now there's no defending the e4 pawn, like we talked about. So white has to find some other miracle counterplay somewhere. And that's going to be hard to do.
I was trying to put a label under you, but I'm struggling with the.
Yeah, no worries. Take your time. In the meantime, we can try to figure out how white even tries to generate counterplay. If we're being honest, I don't see really any way. I mean, the only thing you could try, I suppose, is playing queen d1 and swapping the queen to the king side. But these are all very superficial threats. I think that's what Dina will do, because what else do you do? There's really no other. There's no hope to try to make something happen on the queen side. Your king side is the only thing that you could hope to get counterplay on, so you might as well try that. But these threats are very easy for black to defend against. And so if black is careful, he will win quite easily from here, especially since he's up an hour on the clock. He has plenty of time to defuse any nonsense. But when there's pieces around your king, blunders are always possible. The game is not over yet. It's getting close, but it is not over yet.
Yeah. There's still some hope. Okay, let me peek in chess shark. Okay, she's still there. There's still
Yeah, we know the game is still going, which
yeah.
I will be honest is impressive, because it would not have been surprised if you told me that the game ended now. I wouldn't have questioned it.
Yeah.
There was definitely a possibility that the game was over, but we can see in the background of Chess Sharks' stream, which unfortunately is the only camera that we now have access to because Dina's went down in the middle of this round, that the game is continuing. Mm-hmm. So Dina has found a way to struggle on. I'm trying to see from the stream if I can figure out like any move. Right? But all I see is the king on g1, and that's not a lot of information for us. You can kind of see the queen on e6, I guess, for black. Yeah, the bright side is we are not mismatched anymore, at least.
Yeah, that's true. Nothing for chat to complain about.
Well, that, and we will not see like the game end on stream before like we actually get the moves. Oh, so when the game ends, we will know. We will not be the first to know, or even the like first few dozen to know, but we will know.
Oh wait, so true, Jimmy from YouTube. This Sean Bale really isn't not too shabby at all.
Yeah, the opponent has played a fantastic game and not an easy position to play a fantastic game in.
Definitely. I feel like at first we were kind of roasting knight to d3, but that knight has stayed there this entire game.
That is true. Yeah, look at us now. I was clowning on this knight going to d3 because it was very early.
Oh, he played queen c6.
Yeah, queen c6 was played. That I think did we know that? Maybe not. But yeah, after queen c6, the pawn on e4 is definitely toast.
Yeah.
And so white needs to find a miracle. And yeah, this knight on d3 has been the hero of black's position for basically the entire game. This was why in the opening it was so important to liquidate that knight. The downside of the knight going to d3 from him, this knight c6 to e5 to d3 maneuver, wasn't so much that the knight doesn't want to be on d3. The knight would love to be on d3. It was more that it just took so much time that it was overextending itself. And so Dina had the opportunity to trade it off at one moment, which would have basically gained her a tempo. Like she would have taken 2 moves to trade a knight that had moved 3 times. So she would be up net 1 tempo. But she didn't go for it, either because she just didn't want to trade pieces or because she thought the knight on d3 wasn't so dangerous. And now the knight on d3 is showing her the price of that decision.
Yeah. What can she even play? Oh, I guess rook f3.
Rook f3 is possible. I think queen d1 is an idea.
Oh, she played rook d2.
She played rook d2 officially. Okay, so she played the move rook d2. So she's giving away the e pawn, probably both e pawns, and hoping for counterplay on the d file. It's probably as good an idea as any, which is not that strong an endorsement, but it's an endorsement. So we assume he's going to take on e4. I mean, there's no reason not to. There are other moves though. I mean, a5 is worth considering, just weakening the c5 pawn.
True.
But probably he just takes the pawn. There's kind of no reason not to. And then after he takes the pawn, I don't know. What do you think white will do? Do you think she'll give away the e3 pawn as well and try to get some counterplay? Or will she play rook f3 and try to hold the pawn together?
What could she do?
Yeah, that is a good question. If she's gonna give away the e3 pawn, like for what? Okay, I see the idea, and I like the idea. The idea is that after queen takes e4, Dina wants to play bishop d4. Once
Bishop
again,
d4,
going back.
okay.
Once again, going back to this idea from before, like probably the main point of bishop c3 all these many moons ago, and then that is a chance. Bishop d4 at least complicates things.
Yeah.
If black then plays e takes d4, queen takes d3, and Dina's right back in business.
Oh yeah.
Because we can show, for example, if queen takes d3, rook takes d3, the pin on the d file means that white will recover the d pawn. And so we'll enter a rook endgame with equal pawns. Still a little bit better for black because white's king is a little bit loose, but a far cry from the position that we just had. And probably well within objectively drawing territory, as the bar is suggesting. So that's what we're hoping for. I mean, queen takes e4, bishop d4 will happen. There's almost zero chance anything else occurs. Queen takes e4 was played.
Oh yeah.
Now bishop d4 is the
bishop d4. Wow. Okay.
Okay, it's been played. So all right. I mean, it's the last chance.
Oh, okay. And she's still okay.
And she's got time. I mean,
10
minutes is not nothing. There's a chance. There is a chance. And we can see the game still going 10 minutes later. So that's a really good sign. The problem is if black doesn't cooperate and take on d4.
Oh yeah.
There isn't really a lot to do. But maybe he won't. I mean, for example, like knight takes c5 would be very tempting. Right? Trying to get one more pawn for the knight before you give it away.
True.
But if black plays knight takes c5, b takes c5, e takes d4, e takes d4.
Wait,
we can show this one.
Oh yeah, knight takes c5.
Yeah, so if knight takes c5, which would be a very reasonable option, saying you're going to take my knight anyway. Let's at least get a pawn for it.
Mm-hmm.
White can't take with the bishop because it's pinned to the rook, so he has to take, or she has to take with the pawn. Black can now take the bishop.
With the pawn.
Yeah, with the pawn. White takes back with the pawn. Because if Dina takes back with the rook, that would blunder mate in one to queen takes g2. So it takes back with the pawn. And now if the opponent gets greedy and plays rook takes d4, then
Rook takes
we have,
d4.
yeah, if rook takes d4, then we have the same perpetual as before from when we were looking at b6. White can now play queen takes f7 check. And then queen h5, queen f7, queen h5, queen f7, and make one of the most miraculous draws in recent chess history. So
Yeah,
bishop d4 is a very
really
good practical try. Very good practical try.
Well, someone said, Dave said rook can take c5 instead of bishop?
Rook can take, yeah, so I mean, that's technically possible. If we go back to knight c5.
Oh, uh-huh.
So what I think is being suggested is that after knight takes c5, b takes c5.
Oh, rook takes.
Rook takes c5. But we're falling into the same problem as before, which is that the rook on d7 is needed for the defense of the f7 pawn.
Mm-hmm.
So this is not a real pin. Rook c5 would simply give away the rook.
Yeah, it would be amazing if this line happened, actually.
That would be great. That would be not the most miraculous draw in recent memory. It would be the most miraculous win of all time, maybe.
Okay, they're still going.
Top 10 for sure. Yeah, the game is continuing. So after bishop d4, it's possible that black just is thinking for a very long time here. This is where the time advantage becomes very relevant.
Yeah, he could think for like 40 minutes here if he wanted to.
Yeah, he has like infinite time to figure this out. He could take a nap, go get dinner, come back, still have time to figure it out. Very dangerous.
Starship, it doesn't really matter. King h7 or king h8 for the perpet.
Yeah, the perpetual will be the same thing.
I just made a random one, but either one would have just...
Yeah, either one is the same. So yeah, the opponent might take a, recite the Bible a few times, play some songs, study Roman history, and then finally come back and decide to make a move. But this is the type of position where you can panic because he probably missed bishop d4. And so we sort of have the same thing as before, where after rook a5, the opponent took quite a bit of time, probably just being like, what is rook a5? And now he's doing the same thing. He's like, wait, did I just wonder? That can make him nervous.
Oh, wait, what?
What?
Hold on. If they go to king h8... Oh, queen h... Then it's this starship.
Oh yeah, so they can try to block with the queen, but the queen is needed for the defense of the rook.
Yeah.
So this would also be a pretty sad way to to lose the game.
Oh, wait. Oh, okay.
But we can go back to after bishop d4 and talk about what black is actually supposed to do. So, I mean, one of the main problems is that, first of all, black can just take on g2 and not really have to think about it. Because after x takes g2, white is not able to take back on g2. The rook is needed to attack the knight on d3. So if we show on the board, for example, h takes g2, rook takes g2, then there's no longer any threat to the d3 knight, so black can simply take the bishop on d4 with e takes d4, and that is a clean piece.
Yeah.
So after a takes g2, white won't play rook takes g2. She'll
Huh.
instead play rook fd1 probably.
Adding pressure on the D file.
Yeah, just trying to add more force to this knight. And then probably the main problem is that black can play the move rook takes d4.
Oh, I should put up a little sign that says Dina's camera died.
Yeah, we can put a label. So, I mean, for those of you who are either just joining us or are confused why there's no camera, unfortunately, about half an hour, 40 minutes ago, Dina's camera went down. We're not sure why. Maybe we ran out of battery. Maybe the opponent complained. I don't know. In any case, we lost the camera feed from Dina's game. We know the game is not over because we do have the camera feed from another streamer playing in the event.
Apparently his game's over.
Yeah, well, we're about to lose it.
Yeah.
But at the moment, we have the camera feed from another streamer in the event, and
There
we
we
can
go.
see her games going on in the background. So the game is continuing, but we will not have a camera feed, and these moves are on about a 10 to 15 minute delay. So we're gonna be getting it in a little bit late.
Oh, he left the camera up.
Oh, very
Someone
nice.
in his chat suggested maybe he can move the camera over to Dina's game.
That would be nice. But so we have confirmed that in 10 minutes, the game is still going.
Yeah, so she's still
from the position that
on.
we see. Like right now, at this physical point in time, the game is still going, and this board is from 10 minutes ago. So the game hasn't ended yet, which is kind of surprising.
It looks like. Yeah, I think he's just in a deep think.
He probably is, because so we can go back to this line because I think this is maybe the only way for black, and it's not so easy, which is h takes g2. We talked about rook takes g2 not being possible because black will simply take on d4. So white will play rook f to d1. Trying to increase the pressure on the d file. And then black will not take on d4 with the pawn because of this sort of the idea we talked about earlier with queen takes d3, and the rook endgame is not so bad for white. But he can take on d4 with the rook and play rook takes d4 in this position.
Wait, he can do what?
So instead of e takes d4, which would allow queen takes d3, and white is pretty comfortably holding the draw, he can play the move rook takes d4.
Oh, wow.
Which is, again, not obvious, which is why the opponent is taking some time here. After rook takes d4, e takes d4, black will not take on d4 with the queen with check, which would be very tempting. You would assume that that's the move, but will instead play the very nice move queen to e3, check.
Oof.
Forcing the king up to g2.
After which move?
So after e takes d4.
Oh,
Pawn takes rook.
Pawn takes rook? Okay, I think I missed some moves.
All right, go back a move. So not rook takes d3 from white, which is a better move.
Oh, okay.
But to illustrate the point, if white plays e takes d4, and then black plays queen to e3 check.
Oh, okay. Oh, wait, and then you take... White takes with the pawn?
No. So it...
I'm confused.
All right, so we'll go back a little bit. So from the moment that white plays rook d1, so black will not play e takes d4 because that would allow a draw. That's what we're hoping for.
Okay.
But if the opponent finds the move rook takes d4,
and then you...
and then white takes the rook with the pawn.
Oh, okay, I see now.
So black is sacrificing the exchange. The idea for black is not to take back on d4 with the queen with check, which looks very tempting, but to play the move queen e3,
Oh wow.
which forces the king up to g2. And then this sets up a discovered attack on the queen. Black will play knight f4, collect the queen, and win the game.
Dang.
So this is a concrete line. I don't. This is the only concrete way I see to win for black. So, and it's not the easiest. So there's still some hope, but that's why he's taking a lot of time here, because there might not be any other way.
Oh, I wonder if he moved.
It's very hard to tell from from the background angle. We need a true Sherlock Holmes in here to figure it out.
Yeah. UDM, thanks for the 10 bits to Dina. What are the chances he plays ED? Oh gosh.
I think the chances he plays e takes d4 in this position are quite low, unfortunately. E takes d4 is a move that you play if you see no other win.
Mm-hmm.
Like e takes d4 is basically offering a draw. And I think the opponent understands that he's winning, so he's probably not going to offer a draw. I don't know if he understands how winning he is, but he probably understands that he's very close to winning the game here.
Yeah. Surely. I wonder.
It does look like the clock is on his side.
Oh, you can.
That's the only detective work I
Oh,
can.
nice.
So it looks like he is the one thinking.
Okay, so probably nothing
which is
has
a good
happened.
sign. But we might be here a while, because this is a position where black can easily invest 20-30 minutes.
Yeah, and still be comfortably up on time.
Yeah, still be comfortably up on time and not really feeling any pressure. That means I'm going to take a minute to take a quick break.
Okay.
Take over for a moment. Hopefully I'm not going to miss anything. I feel like I have exactly luck where I'm going to get up, and the second I get up, he's going to play a move.
Honestly,
hopefully that doesn't happen.
I think you'll be fine.
Yeah, I'm expecting a very, very long thing from the opponent here. All right, I'll be back in 60 seconds.
How are you gonna be able to tell if he moved? You can kind of tell by the oh my god, they just made moves, but we can't see. Can't he would be on the other side? Oh dang. Doesn't rook d4 just win? Well, we showed this long line where that's not necessarily true. But I really like the fact that she's still alive. It doesn't seem like this has happened. I agree, Andre, I agree. I really still wonder what his online reading is. Some good bread. Yeah, good time for a break. Scoutfinch, thanks for the follow. I haven't said thanks for all the follows, guys. He's smurfing in classical. Giga Chad. So I did do some research on her opponent, and he played a lot in 2010 when he was like 26. He got to like 1900 USCF and stopped. Played 2 tournaments in 2013, and then he hasn't played since then until 2023. So Arya, I'm like 1500-ish. Okay, still it looks like it does look like it's his turn. So that's good. Oh, he just made a move. Okay, it's Dina's move. I wonder what move he made. I'm gonna ask Dina if it's possible. She has like 3 minutes. Yeah, but we believe in Dina. Rook takes d4. Blunders perpetual. Oh, nice line, Imran. Based on the placement of the kings, not necessarily. I know, right, Danny? We weren't the biggest fans of this move at first, but it's proven itself. Is there any
All right.
way? Hello.
Sorry.
Okay.
Continue your thought. Don't let me interrupt you.
So moves happen, but not on the live board. So.
Okay, so we know in the next 10 minutes
Yeah.
we're gonna get some moves. What
Like,
those are, anybody's guess.
yeah. I think 4 moves happened. She basically moved instantly after he moved, so I feel like she or 3 moves.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a good sign because that means it could very well be h takes g2, rook d1, rook d4, and now Dean is thinking.
Oh, I think you're right. The last time I clicked back, black pawn was still on h3.
Okay, very hard to tell. I mean, it's also possible it was h takes g2, rook d1, e takes d4, and now Dean is fine. That's all,
Yeah.
2 possibilities. While I was on the break, I did see another way for black to win. So it's possible that he played the move knight to e1 here. I think this is even harder than the other way. But it is possible that he played knight to e1
Knight to e. Wow.
Yeah, very strange looking move. But the idea is to provoke the rook to the e file where it's pinned. The e3 pawn becomes pinned to it. So then after rook takes e1, black is free to play rook takes d4 again and go up a couple pawns in the endgame.
Oh, okay. Sorry, my chat is getting botted right now. What the? Hold on, I need to turn on.
Go for it.
Okay.
They couldn't handle the Dina Valenkaya game. The Charlotte Alto,
Yeah.
like they need to send out the Mr. Destructoid army.
Okay, I'm back in it now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, so 91 was possible.
Mm-hmm.
We can show after rook e1, there's a pin.
91, rook e1. Oops.
Yeah, so after rook takes e1, there's a pin on the e file, which allows black to play rook takes d4. And then it's very annoying for white because neither piece can take back after rook takes d4. The e pawn can't take because queen e1 is checkmate, and the rook can't take because queen g2 is checkmate. So this would be another way to win. I don't think he would play this though. It seems less likely than most other moves.
I'm using different colors. Okay, there we go.
Okay, it seems like we have a move.
Oh,
Chat is suggesting.
He moved.
I do like the color code. I actually had no idea you could do color coded arrows, so I do like those. But it does look like he made a move, yes. So we have knight f4, which earns an X.
Yeah.
But that is a very human move. I think that's fine.
Okay, they're still alive.
I mean, knight f4 doesn't end the game in the way that h takes g2 would have ended the game. Knight e1 would have not quite ended the game, but very close to it. Knight f4 doesn't end the game. It's still winning. He hasn't spoiled anything. But it is the first step in what will be many mistakes required to throw this one. So that is good news for us.
Yeah. Here for chess today, what is a move that allows queen takes h3?
Yeah, that's possible. I mean, so what I think he's referring to is after knight f4, e takes f4.
Knight f4. Uh-huh.
So we take the knight with the pawn, and now this opens up the queen going to h3. So if black were to play e takes d4, for example, which would otherwise be very natural, just getting the pawn to a passed square where it can just launch down the d file. This would blunder queen takes h3, and then white is maybe even better, but probably close to fine again at least.
Yeah.
But this is again the problem with the clock is now relevant because the opponent has made some moves. Like knight f4 is definitely not a move that Dina was expecting. She probably saw the sort of many ways to win and was expecting one of those. But after knight f4, she hasn't really left herself that much time. So even if she makes it to a defensible position, it's still going to be a rather Herculean task to survive like a bad endgame.
I wonder if she took.
Well, she definitely had to take, right? There's no other move.
Yeah.
And you said that there were some quick moves after the opponent moved, right?
Mm-hmm.
So knight f4, e takes f4 was almost certainly played. And then black responded instantly in some way. I would presume after e takes f4, black probably played h takes g2. Oh, you know what here for Chestnut was probably suggesting is that even after rook takes d4 here.
Rook takes d4.
Yeah, this is very vulnerable. So even after rook takes d4, there's still queen takes h3 because the rook on c8 falls under attack.
Oh, so we don't. So we ignore.
Yeah, we don't trade rooks because then black can take back with check. But if we take on h3 with the queen, we're attacking the rook on c8. And now we get sort of a second version of the same perpetual, where after rook takes d2, we can go queen c8, queen h3, queen c8, queen h3.
After rook takes d2, then there's this. Oh, and then what if king g6? Then
yeah, I mean black can run, but black's not even up a pawn anymore. So
true.
even normal endgames are fine. White can even win if black is not being very careful because the king is under serious fire now. So there's very serious chances now. After e takes f4, it's the other very strange thing is that black is thinking.
Yeah.
Because after knight f4, like e takes f4 is probably the move you should be expecting.
Oh, she put her hoodie on. Okay, it's still hanging on.
Okay. I mean, putting the hoodie on is, this is going to sound like a joke, but putting the hoodie on is a good sign. Because if you have like 8 minutes on your clock and you take the time to like put your hoodie on, that means that you expect the game to keep going. You don't change your outfit if you think the game's going to end in the next 5 moves.
Yeah, she's getting comfy.
So now she feels confident that the worst is over. I'm sure she knows that this is still a very difficult position, but the worst is over. She could have resigned by now, and that hasn't happened.
Move. I don't know what it was.
Okay, well, we are seeing some moves, so these are going to come in pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I didn't see exactly what. She moved her arm for a bit, which let me see something. And it looked like there was nothing on the D file.
Nothing on the.
So how did that happen?
I know, right?
Not sure how that happened. What I think, okay, I only got a half-second glimpse of the position, but what I think happened, and this is gonna, if I'm right, this is gonna be like some real Watson stuff over here. What I think happened, if we go back to the live board, is I think we got that line. I think we had e takes f4, rook takes d4, queen h3. And then I think the opponent played rook c d8.
Rook c d8. Oh, I see.
Yes. And the reason I think this is twofold, like one, I didn't see any white pieces on the d file. And this is the only way I can think of to get rid of the rook on d2. And second, the opponent looked annoyed,
The
like he
opponent
missed
what?
something. The opponent looked unhappy, like he missed
Oh,
something.
yeah. And then also, it kind of looks like the queen's in front of the pawn on the h file, so I think you are right.
Okay, well, I didn't notice that part, but if you saw that part, then this is almost certainly what happened. And that's huge news, because that means like white is way back in the game.
Definitely.
Arguably will definitely survive the
Rook
next
takes
split.
d4. Just have it on the board.
Okay, all right, we're
Okay,
way
wait. So
back in
yeah,
business.
literally queen takes h3. Okay, okay.
Okay, rook 64 gets the question mark, a well-earned question mark. This is a very bad move.
Wow, what a turnaround.
Huge, huge, huge chances now to not lose the game. This pawn on h3 that was so critical to black's advantage just dropped off for zero compensation.
She just made a move and he looked startled.
Yeah, I mean, we should actually like.
Oh, queen takes h3 happened. Yep, okay.
Queen takes h3 definitely play it.
Yeah.
But we should acknowledge the possibility that white wins this game now. Because this is the sort of thing that, like, I mean, to be clear, black is still winning. Or very close to it. I mean, you can see the bar is still at like 1.8 or something. So black should
Yeah.
still win with correct play. But he's going to be so mad that he got to this position.
Her queen's in the middle of the board. She
The
leaned
queen's in the
back and
middle of
I
the board.
saw it and it was like somewhere in the middle of the board.
Okay.
Like middle-ish, like maybe like 6th rank. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it's very big chances. So what I think happened now is rook d8 was
Rook
probably
d8.
played, which is the only way to keep the game going. Pretty well, I guess you can move the rook really anywhere, but d8's the only logical square. And then I think Dina probably played rook d to f2. Because you don't really want to trade the rooks. The rook on d2 is kind of your only active piece.
Uh-huh.
So you want to keep it a little bit. Rook d to f2. And now, you said white's queen got to the center?
Yeah. Okay, so rook c8 was definitely played.
Interesting.
It's like, oh, she just leaned back for a second again. It's like I don't know. Somehow on e6 maybe?
It does look like it was on e6, right? But that doesn't
Right?
seem possible.
Did he play like I don't even know.
I don't know how. Well, I mean, I guess it's theoretically possible that he played the move f6.
Okay, rook df2 definitely happened.
Yeah, rook df2, and then it's possible that he panicked and saw both rooks coming down the f file and decided to play f6 to try to prevent that, which would be a horrific move.
Prage.
But it is genuinely possible. This is the type of move that you play when you're 1800 and you know you were winning, and then you feel like you've wandered it away. You start to panic.
He looks
This is a
upset.
lot of the difference. He should be. I'd be upset. I'd be fuming.
He looks like I feel like earlier he was not looking like this. Like he did not look this unhappy.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum of the game has massively swung in Dina's favor now.
Yeah.
Black is still better, maybe even winning. But I mean, in the span of 3 moves, he's gone from white should resign and also has 6 minutes to an hour and a half to white still has 6 minutes. Black's time is ticking down, and the position's not even that good anymore.
Yeah.
Black has to be very precise to win this. I actually don't see how black wins this at all. 1 point, I mean, the computer still thinks that this is very close to winning for black, but I suspect that the computer wants to trade everything on f4, sacrifice the queen for the 2 rooks, and play that position, but that's not easy.
Wait, oh.
It's not an easy decision to make, and it's not easy to actually win from there. All right, what
Oh, I was trying to take a screenshot.
is there a rook on f6?
I know, right?
What
Rook
has
f7 by
happened?
Dina? No, yeah, no, rook d f2.
I mean, rook d f2 is the last thing that we've seen over the board, right? So let's all right. Let's not get super distracted because we will get the move shortly. We don't need to try to predict everything. Within the next 10 minutes, these moves will be coming in.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have to say, like, I think White's winning chances are bigger than Black's now, just because of the way the momentum has gone.
I agree. Okay, wait. Did they trade queens and is that a rook on f7?
It does look like there's a rook somewhere deep on the f file.
How did that happen?
I have zero idea how that
happened. Right.
Unless f6 was actually played, that's ridiculous.
Oh, do you think? Okay, I'm gonna try to message Chess Sharks and see if you could just please scoot the camera over.
I mean, one thing that's possible is after e takes f4, rook takes f4. If we could show this on the board.
Okay, I'll message him later. Can you start over again?
Yeah, so after e takes f4 for black
E
here.
takes f4.
Which is very natural. I mean, you should take the pawn. Dina will take back, of course, rook takes f4. And now I believe that black should sacrifice the queen for the two rooks, take on f4, and the endgame is very likely to be very good for black. Maybe not winning, but very good. And it's possible that he decided not to make such a committal decision and played queen to g6.
Queen to g6?
Instead of taking on f4. So this position, I think this position black is winning, but it's not easy. And when you have the black pieces in such a position where you know you were winning earlier, you don't feel like you want to be grinding out this long end game. So it's possible that in this position he panicked and played.
Oh my god, okay.
Maybe
I thought they were shaking hands and I was like, oh my god. I got so excited. Okay.
I think he might have played queen e6 in this position.
Queen e6?
Because that's the only way that I can think of for white to get the queen to e6. And we thought that we saw that earlier, right?
Yeah, and I think based on the pieces on the side, maybe I'm wrong actually, it's too blurry. Never mind.
I'm not sure exactly how, but like one possibility, she played queen. The opponent played queen e6. The queens were traded, and then Dina played rook f7.
Queen e6. After that. Oh, after d takes.
Yeah, that's. I mean, it's not that possible because rook f7 doesn't really make sense in that position. But I'm trying to figure out how, like, both a queen got to e6 and a rook got to f7.
Maybe we're wrong about e6.
Yeah, I mean, there's also other moves, right? But I feel like e takes f4 was very likely played in this position.
Cask, I think you might be right, but we don't have a direct feed to Dina's board, and this is delayed by 10 minutes. Oh! He took on b4.
He took on b4. Interesting.
Oh, wow. Okay.
I mean, it starts to make a little more sense how we got this position, but taking on b4 is not a good move.
Definitely not. Oh, and then
terrible,
she took
actually
fe.
Yeah, fe. I mean, automatic. You open the rooks on the f file. So we figured out how the rook got to f7. Probably. Black probably took back on e5. And then rook takes f7 was played. No, he played queen to d4.
Queen d4?
And then e6, maybe? That's how the queen got to e6? No, but now, I mean, white is better, if anybody. Queen d4 makes no sense.
Okay, Engine's suggesting queen f5, which might make sense why we thought queen was on e6.
Oh, that's possible. Yeah, maybe it was queen f5, queen d5, queen takes f7. and then they traded queens on f7, and that's how we
Oh,
see a rook there.
maybe. I think so. I agree.
That seems likely. And yeah, I mean, this is a huge turnaround. Like, it is
Definitely.
impossible.
Wow. Okay. So let me
It,
just.
it, it is literally impossible to overstate like the magnitude of this turnaround. There were moments Dina could have resigned, and you wouldn't have thought it was weird.
Wow. Okay. It's all making sense now. Chuck Norris said he's stroking his face trying to reassure himself. Oh my god.
I mean, one of the really so this is another thing that like 1800 players type do a lot is something has gone wrong, and they just collapse. Like this is the biggest difference between an 1800 and like a 2100, 2200 like Dina.
Mm-hmm.
Like we saw everything go wrong for this game. The opening went wrong. The early middle game went wrong. The late middle game went wrong.
Yeah.
Everything went wrong. She was late to the game. She stayed up like till 7 a.m. She's exhausted. The camera turned off, which probably she noticed at some point. Like, everything has stacked up against Dina, and she sits down and is like, "Okay, fine. I'm gonna stay tenacious. I'm gonna find the best moves." Then you see her opponent, who's 1800. One thing went wrong. He played knight f4 instead of h takes g2. A fairly minor mistake in the grand scheme of things. And then he realized that it was a mistake and just like mentally collapsed.
Yeah. So Queen f5 definitely happened. So I think we or you predicted the line properly.
Seems likely. Because now, I mean, black has to defend the f7 pawn. There's no way to do that except for with the queen.
Mm-hmm.
If rook d7 looks like you would think could be playable, but then white will respond with e6, and black is basically mated. So the queen has to defend against f7. So either queen d5 or I guess queen d7 is the same thing. Either way, white will take on f7. Black trades queens on f7, white takes with the rook, and then we reach a rook endgame where technically white is up a pawn
Yeah.
for a move. Black will collect it back, and if black doesn't go insane, he will hold a draw. But it's hard to believe that he's going to be super accurate, right?
Yeah.
Once you reach a position where you know you were winning, then you're pretty sure you were winning, then you're somewhat sure you were winning, then you know you were better, then you're pretty sure you're better, and now you're in an end game where like you might be worse. He's probably not 100% convinced that this is not losing. Yeah, this is a disaster for him.
I agree. I think that's why he looked so like now he looks defeated a little bit, like he looks a bit deflated, I feel like. And then earlier he looked just mad.
Yeah, it's very hard to psychologically recover from. If I were him, I would literally get up and walk around.
Oh, that's
Like
true.
even on my move, just try to take a breath, reset your mind.
Yeah. Sometimes you can get like fatigue just staring at something. I think people call it like artist fatigue from staring at like painting. So I feel like the same applies to chess sometimes.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like when you stare at the position too much, have you ever had this experience? Like you stare at the position too much and you just can't stop thinking about the like one specific thing in the position.
Yeah. And then it feels like I'm just like hallucinating.
Yeah, it's very common. You're not even looking at the position anymore. You're just like witnessing it. But in those situations, sometimes it's very important to just like get up, walk around, get some water, come back with fresh eyes on the position.
Okay, the board updated to rook takes f7.
All right, so we are here. We almost got the prediction right, pretty close. Now we're in
So,
this very difficult rook end game.
wow, he only has one move to hold a draw. Everything else
Really
has an advantage for white.
interesting. Well, I mean, the big problem for him is that white has a very big threat. So if we say, for example, there's a cardinal rule in all end games that pass pawns must be pushed, right? And for black, that pass pawn is the A and B pawns. His problem is that if he tries to play A5 here, for example, which would be a sort of natural looking move, White will play the move c6. We can show this line.
C6.
Yeah, white plays c6, and if black continues pushing the pawn with a4,
then c7.
Yeah, white plays c7, rook to c8, defending the promotion square, and then white has a nice tactic.
Oh,
e6
or
is good.
Trade and get a queen.
Yeah, rook f8, and this forces all the rooks off, after which there's no defender of the c8 square. White renews the queen and wins the game. And this is not,
wow.
I mean, he probably won't play a5, but this is why probably it's very critical for black. Black probably has to play rook c4 in this position to try to stop the c-pawn. And that's not that obvious, because rook e4 is also very natural, and rook e4 runs into the same problem. It wouldn't be crazy if he plays rook e4.
After rook takes f7?
Yeah, after rook takes f7. So black I'm thinking a long time, and he should be, because if he plays rook e4, so he has to go after the pawns one way or another. Either rook c4 or rook e4. But if he goes rook e4, he loses to the same thing we just saw. We can show this again. After rook e4, c6, rook takes e5, c7, rook c8, rook f8. We once again make a new queen, and white simply wins. So it's very important to go after the c pawn instead of the e pawn, and that's not the most obvious thing. There's also a critical detail. I guess we can show this line too, because rook c4 by itself is not enough.
Rook c4.
Black needs to find the whole idea. So instead of rook e4.
So you and Sully also just asked, I wonder what the engine thinks of the draw here. It does begin with a rook c4.
Yeah, so we can show this. So black plays rook c4. And then white can try the same idea, pushing the e-pawn by playing e6.
And then rook e8.
The e-pawn. Yeah, so then black cannot take on c5 because once again there's e7 and rook f8. So black is forced to play rook e8 with the idea that after e7, white is threatening to play rook f8, so black has to play king h7. And this is probably the only way to make a draw.
Yeah.
If he finds that, it's a draw.
Okay, rook e8 and c6 were just played.
Oh my god. All right, we're getting moves. So rook e8 probably loses to this idea, c6.
Holy crap, okay.
And she's found it. c6 is just winning, right?
I feel like she played that in 30 seconds. Wow.
I mean, black can play rook c4 and struggle on a little bit.
Rook
the game's
c4.
not super over, but it's getting there.
Yeah.
So c6, rook c4. Dina will play c7, we presume.
Most likely, right? The fact that the game's still going, she probably did play c7, he's thinking now, right?
Yeah, I mean, also c7 is just the only way to not immediately lose a pawn.
Yeah.
So c7 was 100% played. I would bet my life on it. I would bet 2 of my lives on it, actually. That's a lot of lives. And then after c7, it's not so easy for black to find a move. He might have to play king h7 again. And that's not obvious.
Yeah, definitely not. Is it her move or no? I think it's his move.
Well, at this point, I don't think we need to try to guess anymore. I think we can just watch it.
Oh, he just played king h8. Okay, but we're still behind.
Yeah, let's just stay focused on the live board at this point.
Okay, c7. Okay, yeah.
So c7 was played. It did look like he played king h7 right as we left it, which I guess is the only move. So good for him for finding that. The problem was that white was threatening to play rook d7 or rook d8.
Rook d7 to rook d. Oh, true.
And so king h7 was the only way to defend against that. So actually a pretty nice find from him, because that's a very easy thing to blunder. Like, we can show this line. If black played b4, which would otherwise be very logical,
b4 instead of, or b4 after c7?
Yeah, after c7.
Okay.
So b4 would be very natural, trying
Uh-huh.
to get black's pawn being pushed. But then rook d7, there's no defense to rook d8. Any other move probably doesn't win, but rook d7 we can play.
Uh-huh.
And then if black plays rook c8, we still play rook d8 with check, which is why it was very important to move the king out of the way instead of playing b4.
True.
And even if not, after, for example, b3, still rook d8. And either way, white is making a new queen with the game. So the opponent found king h7 instead.
Whoops, I went too far back. Okay.
Yeah, so instead of b4,
King h7.
or at least we're
Wow.
pretty sure he put king h7.
Yeah.
We're probably not going to get this for another few minutes, but
Yeah.
it looked like on camera he put king h7. And now this isn't so easy to win.
The rook looks like it's on the. No, I can't really tell for sure if it's just a little crooked or if it's actually on the 8th.
I mean, I'm assuming king h7 was played and Dina's thinking, and or played like rook e1 very quickly, for example.
Yeah.
But good defense in the endgame. Sean Bale is not going down without a fight.
Chuck Norris said his face is turning purple.
Well, at this point, I think he realizes that, things have gone horribly wrong. But by now, you'd think he'd have calmed down a little bit.
Go Dina indeed, weight room. This is amazing. I feel like this is.
Yeah, this is a wild turnaround.
Yeah.
Again, this is like.
So cool.
It's very difficult to overstate.
Yeah, so cool to witness.
So I do think that this is still not easy for Dina to win. We shouldn't write it off yet, because especially first of all, she has 3 minutes.
Yeah.
And there's only 10 seconds increment, so you figure this game's gonna go maybe like 15, 20 more moves. So she's really working with about 5 to 6 minutes for the remainder of the game. And that is not a lot of time in a pretty complicated endgame. So it's very likely that she's going to bail out into a draw at some moment. But it still looks scary, right? Like black does have connected pass pawns. The A and B pawns can run down the board. And with low time, you can get very nervous about those.
Yeah.
I think the only idea for white to win here, if we go back to the live board, first of all, white has to play rook e1 to defend the pawn.
Rook e1 to. Wait, hold on. After.
So after king h7.
Oh, okay.
I think the only idea is to play rook e1. Black will probably play b4, trying to get some counterplay with his own pass pawn. And then Dina needs to calculate rook d7, I think. Again, the same idea with rook d8.
Rook d7?
Yeah, so rook d7 for white.
And then
rook d7, d-file. So same idea as before. White wants to play rook d8 and make a queen. Black has to.
I did play rook d7.
Okay, and then black can play rook e6, I think is forced, because he has to get out of the way of rook d8. And then I think white needs to find this move rook e4, distracting the rook.
Oh, some moves just happened. Oh, wow, okay. He played b4.
Oh, he played b4 immediately?
He played b4. Yeah, he played b4 before king h7.
Oh, okay, so.
Oh, okay.
Rook d7 ends the game then. But maybe she didn't find it then because it looked like you got king h7 in.
She played e6.
She played e6. I mean, e6 is very natural.
Yeah.
Rook d7 does end the game, but it is not an easy move to see in time pressure. We can't blame her much for that
Yeah.
one. And
Probably
now
just...
it looks like this gave black a second opportunity to play king h7.
Yeah, this is probably when they played it.
Yeah, I mean, here it's the only move, right? Because now it's easier to see, because now white is threatening e7 and rook f8. So it's easier to see that king h7 is the only move. Last move, it would have been very impressive to find king h7. This
Yeah.
move, it's just forced.
I think there's... Oh! Okay, never mind. It's too hard to see. Oh! Wait!
Well, she just made a queen somehow.
Oh, I thought they were talking to each other, but I couldn't tell. Yeah, no, okay, there's definitely a rook on f8.
Okay, well, it looks like she just won the game, honestly. So we can try to figure out how.
Yeah.
I think the game's over, actually. I think we're just catching up on the finale now.
Yeah.
Where he's about to resign.
Let's go, Dina! Okay, she hasn't messaged me back on Discord yet, though, so...
Well, the stream feed is live, right? So we know she's still physically at the board.
Yeah, but someone was saying that this could be delayed too by a little bit, but I don't know.
Yeah, probably by a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it looks like somehow she got c8 queen. So
Yeah.
how did that happen? Oh, it looks like, so I think he probably didn't play king h7. If we go back one move.
Oh, okay. So maybe not yet?
Yeah, if we go back one move to where Dina played e6.
Oh, okay,
I think he must have played b3.
B3. Oh, maybe.
And then what I think he missed is that after e7.
After e7.
Yeah, so white played e7 here probably.
Oh, and then king h7.
Yeah, and now black played king h7,
Oh,
but it's too
wow.
late. And then the game probably ended king
After
h7.
rook f8. Or,
yeah, rook f8.
I mean, it's still going technically, but...
Yeah, rook f8, rook takes e7, c8 queen, takes, and then white has an extra rook. What a swindle. What a comeback.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely massive recovery. And then I guess probably black played a few more moves here because he does technically have two connected pass pawns, but Dina will easily collect them. This is no longer in doubt.
What a game, okay. Yeah, so he probably takes c7 and then white could play a number of checks.
Well,
right.
Wait, how do we get this? How's our queen on f8?
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, he probably didn't allow white to make a queen. After rook f8, he presumably took on e7.
And then, okay. So then this line.
Yeah, rook e7.
a5 happened. What?
Yeah, it looks probably c8 queen.
Okay, sorry. Okay, a5 happened after e6.
Okay, same thing. I mean, instead of b3.
And then she played e7. Okay.
Yeah, she played e7.
And then now king h7. Oh, okay. Oh, king h. Okay.
Yeah.
And then rook.
And then now finally king h7, but too late.
And then takes, and then promote. And takes.
Yeah.
Wow.
And now this is easy work for Dina. She could win this with 0 increment from here, probably.
Probably, yeah.
Still going.
Dang.
So the opponent refuses. This is also a very 1800. Just did never resign until the bitter end. But I guarantee he will play this out till if he plays this out till mate, he'll resign one move before mate. He won't actually allow checkmate to appear on the board.
One move before mate after
I
playing it
can
out is
almost
so
guarantee
mean.
it.
Okay, rook f8 definitely happened.
Yeah, absolutely crazy comeback. I mean, this is the sort of thing that can happen against a low-rated player. You always have to keep the game going, look for your tricks, take your opportunities where you get them, and Dina did an excellent job of that. The opening, bit of a disaster, but she soldiered through it, and now she's gonna collect. I would still say a pretty well-deserved win.
Same you, and I thought they shook hands earlier too. Okay, quick recap for people just coming in asking how she had a comeback. Her opponent missed. Her opponent took a pawn on b4. I guess you can call that like poison pawn. And then she took on e5. And her opponent wanted to pin her rook, but then she was able to get queen f5 in, and they had to protect the f7 pawn. And basically, that's how we got to rook f8.
Yeah, black really collapsed over this. If we go back a little bit to black playing knight f4, maybe like 5 moves from here.
Wait. Okay, sorry, I was reading chat. Someone
moment.
said they shook hands.
Oh, the game's over. All right, very nice. Well, that's more important.
Wow.
So hopefully we'll get Dina in here very shortly.
Yeah, they're setting up the board. Okay.
And yeah, we get the slightly zoomed out view, but
Oh yeah.
Dina is victorious.
Woo!
A win that I don't think she's going to be particularly happy with the quality of play, but she will be very happy with the result.
I think so. That was such an amazing comeback. Like, I agree, legit tactics. Well, not like so lost. I feel like
I mean, she was pretty lost, but it was not so. Like, if we go back to move, if you want to go back to move 28, Tina.
28. Oh yeah, 28 looked really scary.
Yeah. So if we pull that position up, this is the critical moment. In this position, we showed a couple ways for black to win. H takes g2 and rook takes d4 is the simplest.
Yeah.
There's also this strange knight e1 move. Probably there's a few others. But in this position, black played knight f4, and that was the start of his problems. Because after that, it's no longer clear. And he failed to handle the pressure after that moment. Like, I think around there, he realized, oh, I've butchered this. I've boofed it up after knight f4. And it just all mentally fell apart. I mean, this was a mental loss more than it was a chess loss.
Yeah. I think absolutely definitely when he got like flustered, I feel like he should have stepped away from the board and like not been so mad at himself too. Like, just focus on the rest of the game. Sometimes it is really hard to come back from that. Because I feel like what Dina did amazingly here was like she held on, like, and she didn't lose hope.
Yeah, you can definitely see the difference. Like when Dina was in a losing position, she spent lots of time, she got it from the board, she found some not quite working but nice resources with this bishop c3, bishop d4 to introduce confusion. She kept the game going. She never gave black a super clear win. It was never so obvious that like white is just going to resign. And she was rewarded. In comparison, the opponent, made one mistake, and then because he made one mistake, he made the second mistake, and because he made the second mistake, he made the third mistake, and that probably goes all the way up to like 8. I think it took about like 8 or 9 mistakes to lose this game. But the chain all started, after one, you started to feel like, oh, Dina might actually just win. Yeah, I think also DQ, that's a good point. I think this is a very typical thing that low-rated people do when they have a good position against a higher-rated player. They interpret the time advantage to mean that they should play quickly and put pressure on the opponent's time. And that's usually a bad strategy. Because usually well, first of all, if you do that, you're not using your time advantage at all. You're saying I'm going to play quickly because you have to play quickly, and if you're spending the same amount of time, then the clock is just symbolic at that point. But people do very much feel like, oh, my opponent's in time pressure. I need to move quickly to force them to come up with something, and that leads them into trouble very frequently. I think there was definitely an element of that in this game.
Yeah, I agree. I'm still just in awe at how it happened. That was like, what an amazing game to witness.
Yeah, this is
Hello,
this is.
Dina!
Hey, Dina, congratulations. That was quite a turnaround.
Yes, was amazing.
I hope you're alive after that. That was a long one too. You must be exhausted.
I just, I want to see like the final position.
Yeah, we will get the
Oh,
final
okay, there
moves
it
coming
is.
in over the next like couple minutes. So we'll see how Dina finishes this one off. But yeah, if this game doesn't convince you guys to not never resign, I don't know what will. Don't
True.
resign games. Ran out of charge. Okay, no worries,
Yeah, it's
Dina. We
okay.
actually did a pretty
We
good
were
job
using
of
Chess Strike's stream to kind of keep an eye on you.
yeah, we managed to guess most of the moves before they came in. Not all of them, but we got some of them right.
Yeah.
When did the camera die? I don't remember when it was. Do you remember when it was, Tina? I think it was around
Um,
move 20, 25.
maybe something like that, yeah. Definitely like an hour ago. More than an hour ago, maybe.
Yeah, it's been a while. But yeah, we had a master detective in chat find like the partial obstructed view of your game
Yeah.
on Chess Sharks' stream. And from that, Tina was able to come up with exactly where your pieces were, and then we figured out how your pieces
Yeah.
got there. It was a huge team effort. Really good stuff.
Yeah.
After Rook A2, yeah. So what move was that? Like, yeah,
Oh,
25.
yeah.
It was as you were physically playing the move Rook A2. So I remember there were people in chat being like, oh, the camera really didn't like the Rook A2
Yeah.
move. I liked Rook A2 though. I think that was the maybe Rook A2 was like the first thing that he missed that started putting him into a panic.
Oh, yeah, maybe. Let me pull up Rook A2. Thanks for the 10 bits, UDM.
Yeah, we dropped their cam on here a few times. Tina kept we kept sleuthing between the board and the the chess sharks camera, but we caught the end of it, which is good. We at least got the footage of all the pieces getting set up at the end and the relief on the face.
Yeah. Okay, she's
All
joining
right.
shortly. He did play so good. We were talking about that was just it was I feel like it's just an amazing game to witness.
Yeah, this one was cool. We're getting the last few moves in if you want to pop back to the end of this while
Oh
we
yeah.
while we wait for Dina.
Rook A8. Rook B5. Rook B1. King G6.
Yeah, now the moves are going to be flying in because there's no more reason for either player to think. Both players know that the game is decided. They're just physically making the moves out of inertia.
Yeah. They're getting their rooks and their kings active. No, chicken. UDM wants to look at the opening. Okay, we can go.
Well, we'll go through it when
Yeah.
Dina gets here. Let's leave the live position on so we can get the final position of the game.
Yeah, Dina, Crypto saw that actually when you played Rook A5.
Yeah, I actually really like that idea, Dina. From a practical perspective, Rook A5, Rook D5 would have solved a lot of your problems. It's like kind of unlucky that he gets to put like he wanted to play Rook C8 anyway, and it's very unlucky that that also stops Rook D5. But the idea I thought was very nice because
Mm-hmm.
before then I thought your position was collapsing very quickly, and after Rook A5, I was like, oh, okay, maybe we're back in business.
Okay, wait. King F5. King f3.
Yeah, this is some classical training stuff. So there's a tactical solution at kind of any moment of playing rook a1 and just taking the a pawn. But Dina's a classical player. Just bring the king in the end game. The king is a strong piece. No need to think. No need to calculate. Bring the king to d3. Nothing to think about.
King power, as they say.
And yeah, no doubt from here. I'm just curious where the opponent threw in the towel.
Yeah. I agree, Merman.
No, Dina hasn't joined yet.
Yeah, she's not.
We'll have her on soon. Hopefully the timing will. I'm hoping that like the pop up shows like Dina Balankaya 1 like right as she joins.
I know, right?
They might get it. The opponent apparently spent some time thinking about this position.
Yeah.
At no point did I doubt Dina would win.
Yeah.
You had the most faith of anyone in this chat, Chuck Norris.
Surely no one doubted her.
Not a single intrusive thought, nothing. Don't lie to me now.
Yeah. Not a single moment. I held faith the whole time.
Oh, it looks like he resigned in this position actually.
Oh really? Oh shoot.
Yeah, we got the one lost over on the screen.
Oh yeah.
We don't get the pop-up though. What I thought chess.com gave the little this player won draw whatever like pop-ups for the live events, but here we are. This is final position.
Wait, here for chess. True, Crypto, you did call it when you said she put on her hoodie.
Oh yeah, that's a big moment. Let this be a lesson to you all. If your opponent puts on your hoodie, you know something's about to go down.
Yeah.
You can use this the other way too. Like sometimes their position will just be like normal, and they put on their hoodie, and then you realize that like they think they saw something. There isn't anything, but they think there is.
Mm-hmm.
But in this case, the hoodie came on because Dina realized I was lost. Now I'm not lost. We're gonna settle in here.
Yeah. She definitely locked in after that.
Yeah, she locked in and the opponent definitely did not.
Yeah.
I think he panicked. He panicked super hard once he realized that this knight f4 idea wasn't working.
Yeah, I feel like
it's a very Russian chess school kind of game, Merman. This is true. Very classical principles.
Definitely. Mr. Tax says she prevented a roast fest.
No, I mean, if we go back to the beginning, like earlier in the game, like the opponent played a fantastic game for most of this.
Yeah.
Up until like, move 20, even like move 30 or so. He was playing almost perfectly. Hello, we've got Dina.
Oh, hello. Okay,
congratulations.
I'm so sorry. I feel so frustrated because of this camera thing. It's basically because there is no one watching to have my back. But I think I know next time, Tina, I need to push you in, or like I need to give you a contact of a guy who message if you have a tech problem, and he would come and solve it. But all right, we managed. This was actually very improvised, right? Last minute jump that. So I think it's we couldn't have like had high expectations anyways. Thank you so much for jumping in last minute. Really appreciate you guys. And about the game, of course I'm lucky. Of course I know I was lost, but I think first of all I think he played really well, and secondly there was like I kind of rushed with this knight g3 and then I regretted everything, but I didn't realize I was worse until like he played this really good rook c8, and I basically my rook d5 that I planned so far away doesn't work anymore. When I played f3, I already wanted to do rook a5, rook d5, but it doesn't work because he can just take with the bishop, e takes d5, and then rook takes d5.
Yeah,
The rook.
that's very cold shower.
Yeah, and I miss this rook takes d5, and it's like I try, but there's like nothing that works. And the crazy thing is, like, he played so fast as well. So he played really well, but also really fast. I don't know
Yeah,
how
he was
to
playing
do
super
it.
well. I was gonna
Yeah.
ask what point did you realize the momentum was turning?
I think, I mean, I obviously saw b5, but I didn't like connect that he can play queen c6 and then e4 is falling. Even though somewhere I thought like, okay, if he manages to activate his queen, my e4 e3 will be really like trouble. And but I didn't connect that that was the moment. So I think, yeah, after he played b5, I realized I was lost. And then I just try to find a way how to go into some kind of rook endgame where I'm pawn down and can draw. And in the end, when of course I know he should have taken on g2 instead of knight f4, just taken g2 first
Yeah.
and then knight f4, and that's like must be winning. And what he did, I think I wasn't precise into swindling. I'm pretty sure the rook endgame is at least drawish for black. I think the worst black can do, the like low no risk, is just double the rooks on the second rank at the very
Yeah,
least.
yeah. Black definitely had a few ways to make a draw in the end game, but getting to
Yeah.
that point was a huge accomplishment.
So I think queen takes f7 maybe at that moment, because I could see that his hand started shaking. I could see that he was already kind of throwing. So that was the moment for me to swindle, like, for real. And I think I should have, like, queen f5 is probably, like, I don't know, because in that moment I had e6, I had queen e5, I had queen h5, I had c6. After queen f5, queen d5, I had c6. Probably, like, objectively what I did is the best, because I still need to fight for a draw. But like, I don't know, maybe Alex, if you are like a pro swindler and you want to swindle your opponent who is panicking, you know, who's losing it, like, what would be the best kind of way to trick him? I'm not sure it's queen f7. I don't know.
I did like queen f7, but specifically because this rook endgame isn't so easy to hold.
Oh yeah.
Because there was a moment after c6, rook c4, c7, where you have the idea of playing rook d7, rook d8. I don't know if you
Yeah,
saw this.
I lost the tempo, of course. Yeah, I realized, like, why e6? Just rook d7
Right.
already. I realized that. But that is probably already winning.
It was very difficult because after e6, king h7, it's somewhat hard to win.
Oh, but wait. He has
E6.
a way to make a draw there?
Yeah, because the idea is just it's hard for you to make progress. The pawns are so slow, and his A and B pawns are actually running down the board. There's a lot of lines where you can sack a rook, and the pawns
Oh, so
are
he
sort of
had to
enough.
play king h7 instead of a5.
Yeah, but that's a very difficult move, which is why I think your queen f7 gave you very good winning chances.
So is that like the only way in that line for him to fight?
Pretty much, yeah. He has to find some king h7 stuff.
Wow. So, but that means that I blundered completely e6. I should play rook d7 and then I win, no? Or still king h7?
Yeah. No, exactly. Yeah, rook d7 just resign, basically.
Oh,
Because rook
yeah.
d8's unstoppable. e6 gives him one moment to find king h7.
I mean,
At which
look,
point he's okay
by the
again.
like with the way he played the whole game, he could easily find king h7. The thing is, he started thinking after a5. He should have started thinking that, then he would easily find it. I think
Right.
that was luck for me in that
For
case.
sure.
Because like he really played greatly, and I was shocked how he came up with all these good moves. Like everything was like really working for me. Like obviously, I know Chad. We talked about it like for the last 10 days. Don't double your pawns. Don't let your opponent's knight come into your house. But like, chess is all about like rules and how you put them on the balance, right? So for the double pawns on the other side, I had the full control of central squares, and his knight was only protected by the rook. It wasn't an outpost. It was just a knight protected by a piece, and I was so confident that I would just it would just get trapped, or in the very least I would kick it out. But I think I just got unlucky into rushing with knight g3 and instead play f3. he probably goes bishop e6. But so if you tell me white doesn't have any advantage there, then I would be really surprised.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's understandable that it looks weird for black to move his knight like 5 times in the opening and somehow be okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, f3 I thought we were talking about seemed very logical to stop like e4 stuff. Even knight c1, just trading off the knight seemed logical.
Yeah, that was like I thought like when I was already completely lost, I was like, should I have just traded that knight and that would probably remove all my problems, all my headache for the entire game?
Yeah, that probably would have been better. But this is what we were saying was the difference because okay, you made some mistakes in the opening in the middle game, and you were like, okay, I made some mistakes, I recover. He made a couple mistakes and it all went downhill from there.
Yeah, I guess it's unfortunate because like I expected him to make mistakes in equal position. Why do I have to get a completely lost position and then swing? Like this is not the way to play chess. And again, I think it's like I don't know why. Like I didn't understand why I went so like overall. Yeah, it's like I obviously after he played rook f8, I was like, God damn it! I definitely have 0 advantage. But I didn't think I was lost. But I just like rook takes a7. I think he just takes on c4, gives away the b7 pawn, and then just plays f6. And like I probably even worse in that endgame.
Yeah, there were a number of ways for black basically got to pick which way he wanted to win. Either keep a bunch of pieces on and mate you, go into some good endgame. He kind of got overwhelmed with all the options.
Yeah, but he's still like, yeah, it's like, but that we're talking about what? After rook fc8, are you saying that white is already kind of like in a big trouble there?
Yeah, after rook a5, rook ac8, it's just we thought there wasn't really a move. I mean, the computer was screaming that it's like -1.5 or something already.
Yeah, that's crazy. See, obviously I didn't understand. I understood that I have no advantage. But it's like I didn't understand that was the moment for me to scream. But at the same time, yeah, it was hard for me to come up with moves. So that was this to me. And then I was doing something until rook a2 blunder. Maybe, but if on h3 I take that pawn, then he kind of probably plays like queen c6, queen h6. Also, I don't have chat in front of me right now. I guess we're just me and Alex were just analyzing without moving the board, and probably everybody is like, "What is going on?"
I've been trying to keep up.
Yeah, Tina's been doing a good job keeping up. But yeah, sorry, wait, this is the chess player thing.
Yeah,
just
guys,
start saying random words.
If you want us to put the moves on the board, you tell us. Also, Tina, if you want us to put some moves on the board, you tell us, because I understand that it's hard to follow for our average viewer.
There are a couple people who are asking the result who just popped in, so we do want to say that Dina did win her game. Congratulations on the win. It looked a bit grim for a few moments there, but clutched it out in the end. A bit of a swindle, a bit of a just mental fortitude, whatever you want to call it. Win is a win on the board.
Yeah, I wasn't even nervous in this game. I was like, which is like obviously already used to it, but man, it's kind of like obviously I'm happy with the result and all, but it's annoying that you claim that you know everything, you claim that you understand everything, and then you kind of do everything which is supposed to be like justified by your rules, but then it still doesn't work out. It's like, why? It's like, okay, Alex, imagine you were an IM. Imagine you were my coach. Where would you school me?
I think the main thing was just underestimating black's kingside play, because I agree with you that in principle, like black throwing the h-pawn down the board, like why should I care in theory? But in this particular position, it just becomes like your pieces activate so slowly that it gets very annoying to make moves. I think the only real, like knight g3 you pointed out, I think was the big culprit as being played very quickly. I think knight c1 was very principled. Like black has moved the knight 3 times in the opening. If we trade it off, we sort of gain a tempo that way. You keep your 2 bishops.
But knight c1, can he play bishop f5? No. You mean the idea f3 and maybe then f3?
Yeah, maybe f3 first.
Yeah,
But knight
because
c1, bishop f5, even queen anywhere. Is probably not so bad. Queen a2 maybe.
oh, really? But then he can trade on c1 and then put the bishop on c3. Like, we don't want to have too many pieces on d. Like, we want to keep everybody out.
Yeah. I mean, definitely, it's not like you have a huge advantage after knight c1 or anything. It's just a game. But I
Yeah.
think knight g3, like I understand that you played it with this very concrete idea of knight e4 and rook a5, rook d5. But
Well, I always think
intuitively,
if that
it's
means
scary.
I always think I kind of like I was looking at h5 every move, and whenever someone plays knight g3, h5 is like the pattern idea. So, but I kind of also missed it in the context that I was so sure he would just play bishop e6 or e4, you know. So I was kind of focused on that, and then I thought like yeah, but the moment he played h5, I regretted everything. So
Yeah, I think that move was probably the big culprit. I think one of the other moves that was questionable was there was a moment after he played a6. I think it was after the bishop trade on b3. He played a6, which was sort of not the most challenging. If you played h3 there, it's very bad for you probably. And so a6 gives you one moment to play h3 yourself and sort of solidify the king side. I think that was probably the other moment where you should feel the danger on the king side a bit, and h3 is just a good way to deal with that. But other than those two moments, I think you did a good job of recognizing when the situation was dire, when you needed to play for tricks, get some counterplay. I thought that was good. Did you see anything, Tina? What was your
I just feel like this was a really cool game to witness. I feel like people could learn a lot from this game. Just like, I feel like this is a really instructive game from like my perspective as someone who's like significantly lower rated, and I've been playing chess for less time. It was just like, just really cool to witness you hang on and like not lose faith, and it was just really cool.
all right, Tina, we don't know each other, so I will introduce myself. I'm the famous trash talker. So I have to warn you, whenever I attack, it's always in a joke way. I am the kindest person out there, but for the sake of the content, I cannot hold myself from saying what did you learn from this game. Like what exactly did you learn? It's like you don't have to like. You don't have to answer this question if you don't want to.
Oh no, just like never resign. Like I feel like that's a lot of like at certain points people are like, oh, like this is resignable, or like, oh, she's so lost, and I feel like you just proved them wrong.
Yeah, well, that's a good one. All right, good answer.
Thanks.
You passed the test, Tina. Well done.
Yeah. No, honestly, I had just because I had this like actual discussion, and like with one of my students on how I don't think watching candidates is actually beneficial for adult improvers, like somewhere like anyone below, let's say 1500. I don't think there is anything to watch from watching the candidates because it's just so complex, and like there is nothing you can relate to your own game. And it's like, and like you bringing up like there are lots of moments, and I'm like thinking like I didn't understand myself like this game, so I actually like now that I have my school, I actually every game I play, I'm thinking like what would be the instructive moment from this game. And to be honest, I don't have any. Just too complex. I didn't understand myself. And like all this dynamic play that Black got on the queen side, it's so like I almost want to say he played well, but he was also lucky because he played fast and he played kind of like sometimes it happens in chess. You just play and then everything just makes sense. It's like just like the magic happens, you don't even understand it, you don't even realize it like so many times. That's why there's a lot of luck in chess. So actually I think there is nothing to learn from this game other than never resign. I agree, that's a good one. But again, see, it's a game psychology. It's like this you can probably see in the candidates, but other than that, I don't know, Alex, like you probably also teach, maybe you can confirm or deny, or feel free to object, but I actually think the game was so complex that like I don't know what I would teach out of it to adult improvers?
Yeah, I think the lessons from this one are pretty subtle. Because we were talking in the opening about how like it's a Nimzo Indian, white usually gets the advantage of the two bishops in exchange for some initiative. If you neutralize the initiative, you're very happy. If not, then black often can just steamroll you. And so the concrete lesson is really just in this game, the initiative panned out, and black got a very good position. But the reasons for that are very, very specific, like you mentioned. Like I don't think your opponent, for example, anticipated rook a5, rook d5. He was lucky in some sense that rook c8 just sort of naturally takes care of all those problems.
Exactly. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, chess is a very concrete game. Like all the principles, I think both players understood. Like obviously, you were at some point you realized, okay, like his initiative became very serious. But that's what happens sometimes. You know he's playing for initiative. You think, okay, I can handle it, and then at a moment you realize, oh wait, the initiative is actually quite significant.
Yeah, and it's like I really don't know what about it. Like, what do you say, chat? Did I throw Tina under the gun? Poor girl just jumped on the commentary and has to face such a dick like me. Sorry to say that.
I think the chat will forgive you,
Yeah.
especially after you won. If you didn't win, then they might have something else to say.
Yeah. What do you think, Tina?
Wait, about
Did I put you in an uncomfortable situation of answering my question?
I don't think so. I feel like that was fair to ask.
Do you feel like you want to do more of this?
Yeah, I had a lot of fun.
Really?
Yeah. Do you not believe me?
Are you gonna bring Alex along?
Yes.
Alex, are you joining the party? Do you have plans for the lonely evenings in California?
Not California anymore, New York. But
Oh really? New York?
Yeah, New York now as of a few months ago. You were right with California up until November.
Yeah,
but yeah,
because
I had a lot of fun watching. Yeah, we met back December last year. Something like that.
Yeah, last year. Yeah, you were there. So, do you have any plans for tomorrow night?
No, well, my plan is to commentate this game. I had a lot of fun. It was a fun game to watch for sure. And certainly at the moment where it started turning, there were some. I know you don't think there were instructive moments, which I think is being a little bit harsh. There were definitely some instructive moments in there.
Well, I think the only instructive moments were like from my own self, but I don't see how I can okay, it's like maybe for people above 2000, but I don't know how to explain this. Like I don't know how to explain these things to 1200. Like how to explain these things to chat? Like chat, did you understand anything?
Well, I like to think we helped them a little bit, but chat can tell us maybe I was just yapping over here and they're all like, shut up already, let us watch the game.
Yeah, they're probably there for the ride. I don't know. Also, I don't know how it was on your end, guys. Also, we have YouTube chat. I hope people are not feeling alone there.
No, yeah, I had your Twitch chat and your YouTube chat popped out, so I was looking at everything.
Amazing. And I see your beautiful cat. What is their name?
Oh, his name is Lucy.
Lucy. So it's a girl. She's cleaning. Hey, girl, come here. Come here. Get your ass over here, girl.
I'm gonna try to get a treat.
Get your ass over here, girl. Up. Come here. Come here, baby.
Are we neighbors?
Lucy, come here.
No.
Come here.
All right, can't win them all.
Oh yeah.
Oh no. Okay, we got it.
No, he's gonna. Come on, up. Oh, he didn't.
Oh, now we're talking. We're hungry. So die with the rook. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, tomorrow we're gonna have we're gonna have a GM covering morning rounds. Arthur Nations is gonna be there for Saturday morning and Sunday morning. Tomorrow, I think 10:30 local time. I think. Yeah, Arthur is in Europe, so he could he's joining us for the morning rounds, which is pretty cool. So guys, thank you so much for watching. I guess I will leave you, but feel free to wrap up the show. Like your home, my home is your home.
Okay.
So feel free to do your thing. I trust you with that. And
Okay.
thanks again for jumping in for the last minute. Really appreciate it. I was gonna be a lonely little, you know, it was gonna be a lonely little board and chat and some elevator music, but you guys just came and saved me the last moment. Really appreciate that.
No
Of
problem.
course. I'm
You
glad to be
definitely
better
brought
than
me a lot.
elevator music. That's an improvement.
Yeah.
But yeah, thanks for stopping after the game. I know you must be super exhausted. Tina mentioned you were up
Yeah.
until all hours of the night.
Yeah, this is how we met. I was this night I was in the shift, in the commentary shift, but that's okay. Wouldn't we do for chess? All right,
Yeah.
guys. Well, thank you, chat. Thank you, Twitch chat. Thank you, YouTube chat. Also, everyone watching us. Big shout out to the Chestina. The Chestina, is that your Twitch handle?
Yeah.
And the crypto chess.
Crypto chess.
Huge shout out to both of you guys. Also, everyone watching, don't forget to follow guys on their own Twitch channels. And all right, then see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Alright,
Go
see
get
you
some rest,
tomorrow.
Dina.
Thanks, guys. Bye bye. Bye, chat.
Okay. Woo. Alright, I
All
guess we
right.
should. Oh, thanks for the raid, FM John Curtis. Thank you, thank
Oh,
you.
good timing.
We're about to end though. Let me. The scene's a little messed up again.
That's okay. All right. Well, while you're fixing it, thank you all for stopping in. We got the big dub today. Dina, it did look scary for a moment, and then 2 moments, and then 3 moments, but you know, not dying in chess is a very big skill, and Dina did a great job of demonstrating that no position is unsavable. Turned it all the way around, got the win. We will be back tomorrow morning at 10:30 a.m. Well, I guess not
wait,
me
no.
specifically, but Dina will be back.
Oh, okay, yeah, okay. Yes, Dina will be back
tomorrow
at
10:30 a.m. for
Eastern
round 2,
time.
and then Eastern time,
Yeah.
which is 12 hours from now. And then we, specifically us two, will be back at 4 p.m. tomorrow for round 3, hopefully covering a 2-0 start for Dina.
Definitely.
Yeah. Anything else to close out the stream?
No, I think that's all. I'm excited for tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a big day. Tomorrow's a double round day, which is typical in the US. So hopefully by the second round there won't be any exhaustion, but at least tonight probably Dina will get some sleep, come back fresh for the morning.
Yeah.
Grandmaster commentary tomorrow. Dina mentioned Nixon's very strong player, so I'll be looking forward to that personally. I hope you all are as well. And yeah, I hope we will see all of you tomorrow.
Yeah. Oh, do we just end without rating?
That's a great question. I have no idea. If Dina can hear us, do you want us to? Do you guys someone else to rate, or should we call it there? Okay. Well, she said, "Who are we rating?" So we're gonna pick someone to rate.
Let's see. Okay, maybe I'll keep streaming.
Okay, nice. The self rate.
Okay, yeah.
All right, there you go. We solved it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'm still gonna have to end stream. But then we'll be right back, and it'll just be me.
Cool. All right. Well, thank you all
Sorry,
for stopping
Crypto.
in. That's okay. I'll retreat to my dark corner. Treat Tina well. She did a great job today. She'll continue to do a great job.
You did an amazing job too. Thank you so much again for agreeing to this so last minute. That was much appreciated.
I had a lot of fun. So I will sign off here. I'll see you tomorrow. And yeah, have a good time with Tina.
Thank you. Okay, bye. Okay, bye chat. I'm gonna end and then go live again. But I'll be right back. Oh god.